Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barndominium Company and Presto Pros of the Midlands. Part of the Chief Sports Network. Go Gamecocks!
He'll be fire on the mountain.
Consecutive home runs for Carolina.
It is good. It's gone.
He's in. Touchdown. Williams with the throw to the plate.
He's going to score. It's a walk-off.
Touchdown, South Carolina.
All right, greetings and good morning. Welcome aboard and welcome home. Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show built by the Barndo Co. and presented by our friends at Resto Pros. They're when you need them. Resto Pros of the Midlands, Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. The Barn Co. is one of the best builders in the country. Just referred someone over to Alicia this weekend. And if you've got some property and you're considering building, I would highly encourage you to check those folks out before you go pick somebody else. They are incredible at what they do. They are Gamecock owned and operated. I'm JB. Mad Dog's at Master Control somewhere doing something. You can't see him, but he's doing something. I can assure you of that. He always is. And there is the golden tones of the great Mike Morgan. John Whittle will be here in just a moment. And as you can probably guess, we have plenty to talk about. South Carolina was swept this weekend by the Tigers in baseball. Carolina basketball, though. Hell, Kentucky scored about as many points in the first half of that game as Carolina baseball did in 3 games this weekend, which was pretty remarkable. So the men win. The women are the number 1 seed in the women's tournament. And how about Ashley Chastain and the softball program? They are undefeated. And if they win a midweek game this week, there are 2 undefeated teams left in softball, 2, and they will play this upcoming weekend in Norman, Oklahoma. Can you believe that? They went to Duke and took down the Blue Devils. Also, the Gamecocks at the Combine. We'll talk about some of the movers and shakers and what happened in Indianapolis with those guys, and certainly some draft stock is going up for some of them. So I have Pro Day coming to Williams-Brice Stadium. But obviously we will shoot, before I say anything else, the anthem, we play the anthem every day. We're very proud to do it before we come on the air. Today is National Anthem Day. So it's a great day for the National Anthem. It's always a great day anyways, but happy National Anthem today. We hope you'll go to YouTube and Google like National Anthems. There's all kinds of great versions on there. So if you want to feel good about yourself, listen to that beautiful song that tees us up every day. Good morning, Mike. I know you just you had to take a potty break or something there.
I had to take an internet break. I don't know what the hell goes on with this thing half the time.
I don't either.
I swear I don't have problems like with anything else. I who knows? I had to go to Best Buy the other day, and I have a hard drive that was having I just wouldn't work, a G drive. They just break apparently. And when they break, you call their customer service, and it's, good
luck with that.
Somebody in Egypt, and they're just like, yeah, you're screwed. So you go to the Geek Squad and you try to transfer the data, and they look at you like, you have a third eye, and they're not helpful. Don't waste your time with the Best Buy Geek Squad. Find some. There's got to be somebody else that can do better work. But anyway, this laptop works. This microphone works great. I've never had an issue with the mic. And we just hope the internet connection will work. A lot going on this week. I know Whittle's coming up. I know we'll talk about the Gamecock baseball series itself. I've been dialed into the NFL Combine. I was talking to JC earlier about this with Nick Worry. I'm like, was he a late bloomer? Like, how was this kid not a 5-star? Because the raw athleticism that he displayed is something you just don't see. And I'm assuming a lot of that was there as a senior at Irmo High, which was not too far from where I used to live. What happened? And JC explained it to me. And this is kind of a part and parcel to that. So much of the Gamecock defense last year, which was historically good, a lot of those guys were simply overlooked. In the case of Worry, remember now, his recruiting happened during the pandemic. Mm-hmm. So nobody saw anybody in person until June of 2021. So he camped, he got offered and committed. No Clemson offer. Virginia Tech and NC State were the only other 2 offers. Right. And I'm convinced now more than ever. I think it's like 95% he's going to go first round. Even if you believe Malachi Starks is a better fit for your defense, those are the top 2 safeties. I'm not sure if anybody else is even close. And I have to think 2 safeties will go in a 32 pick first round. So, yeah. But that story is amazing. That kind of physical freak that could not be recruited by more teams what circumstances surrounded that. So I wanted to get a little bit better explanation. Really, the only highly recruited guy was Rocket Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was a stud coming out. Of course, he started at Arkansas. Tonka Hemingway was the highest. Other than that, a low 4-star. Carolina beat the Tar Heels on him, but for the most part, that defense is like a bunch of guys that were overlooked in some capacity.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no question about it. We hit on some of this last week, and really it was more centered on the guys that Carolina was sending to the combine itself. But yeah, when you expand it out, this program has really done an excellent job with that, Mike, finding guys that they can develop. And when you go look at all the numbers from the combine, you talk about development. I mean, that is such a statement for the University of South Carolina and its football program. Shane and Luke Day and all those guys, their nutrition program, and it's been remarkable. I'll pull this note and give the credit to Tony, because he's the one that, if Tony pulled this from somewhere else, then he can credit whoever that is. But I'm crediting Tony Morrell for putting this in the notes this morning. Eman Worry with the 4.38 in his 40, and the vertical jump of 43 inches and the broad jump of over 11 feet 6 inches. Obviously, clearly all the best marks of all the DBs that were at the combine this year. But how about this? He is the only safety in combine history to achieve all three of those benchmarks, running the 40 and under 4.4, vertical over 43, and a broad jump over 11 feet. He's the only one ever to do it. So I hear you on the 95%. I'm gonna go a little bit higher to like 100%. I don't think there's any way that Nick Eman falls even remotely close to out of the first round.
Yeah, well, the only reason I leave a little bit of a cushion there is because some teams just don't believe in drafting a safety in the first round.
Right.
So if he was a shutdown corner, it'd be a no doubter. If he's a
enough.
shutdown corner with those type of numbers, he'd be a top 10 pick.
Right.
Be no doubter. But some teams believe, like running back, like middle linebacker, you just don't take those in the first round. But when it's that freaky, off the charts, unreal, and it's certainly, you'd have to think he has the ability to drop into coverage as well with those times. He's not a one-dimension. He's not just a thumper. He's a guy that actually can cover, which is what you have to do in today's day and age of playing safety. Can't just go out there and play rover and just deliver hits, which we know Nick can do, but you have to be able to cover some of the best athletes on the planet. Like those number 3 guys, number 4 guys in the NFL are just ridiculous. It's not like college, where most college teams maybe have 1 or 2 tops that are freaky good. The NFL, they're all over the place. So anyway, I saw that. The basketball game, we've talked about this for a while. I never thought 0-18 was a deal. I thought this team was going to stump a few people. And sure enough, that's what they've played well at home against everybody. Coulda, woulda, shoulda beaten Auburn. Coulda, woulda, shoulda beaten Florida. There's a couple others in there, but didn't. And it's come out. And I talked a little bit about Cal and Arkansas last week. I can tell you what, Kentucky fans are not missing Cal at all. Whatever happens to Kentucky, they're not missing Cal. That is a pterodactyl-sized egg that Arkansas laid, with a potential tournament on the line. But again, kudos to Colin Murray-Boyles, who, when it's a game like that with 2 teams that aren't spectacular, give me the team that's got the best pure player athlete on the floor, and that's Colin Murray-Boyles. And he just played bully ball, and Arkansas had no answers. So the team continues to fight, continues to play hard. Kudos to Lamont Paris and the team for doing that. And then on the baseball front, and I know we'll get knee deep into this with Whittle and everything else. I mean, just 2 quick thoughts. Number one, these are 2 thoughts I had last week. I didn't take the offensive numbers against Davidson, Sacred Heart, Milwaukee seriously. I've been around this long enough to know those numbers mean nothing. Absolutely nothing. That's not the kind of pitching you see in the SEC, and Clemson's basically a middle-of-the-road SEC team, and I mean that's a compliment. That's not a slight. Middle-of-the-road SEC team.
Yeah, you go to Omaha.
Yeah, you're one of the best teams in the country, which we'll see how Clemson does in the regular season. I have no idea. They're ranked 11th in the latest D1 poll. but they're clearly ahead of where Carolina is. It's a lineup that I was concerned about at the beginning of the year. I don't know how you wouldn't be, just based on the lack of proof. Like after Ethan Petrie, what did you really have that was proven production at this level of baseball? Not the mid-major level, at this level of baseball. They did what they could. They went in the portal. They got some guys to round it up. But at the end of the day, there was more question marks than answers. So that's number one. I think this team is going to struggle to hit throughout the year. And you're just going to have to win in spite of that. Number two, I will reiterate, this is an overreaction day. It always is. Had Carolina won 2 out of 3, I wouldn't be convinced that this is an Omaha team. Carolina gets swept. I realize it sucks. It hurts. It's a fan base that is already just kind of a little doom and gloom based on the basketball season. And then Carolina hasn't been to Omaha, as we know, in quite some time. But don't just go ahead and mail it in just yet. There's a lot of games to be played, and there's a lot of room for growth with this team and with this lineup. One of the reasons why I think it would have been better to play this series, and it's no excuses. You do it the same time every year. But it would have been better to play this series in April, number one. The weather's better, everything's better. But number two, if you're the less established lineup and team, which Carolina clearly is, you're at a disadvantage because you're still trying to figure things out. I mean, you saw the radical lineup change on the final day, and that's the sign of a manager or a head coach going, I'm trying to figure out who my best 9 are, man, because I don't know, because nobody's really standing out right now other than the All-American. So it doesn't mean that Carolina's just going to be a dog and finish last in the SEC. Like, I wouldn't go take a major trip to negative town. I'm not a sunshine pumper. I know some people accuse me of that too. That's fine. I'm just telling you, it's the overreaction the day after this series is always going to be there. And I've seen it enough where the team that wins this series doesn't always have the best finish at the end of the year. So just take that for what it's worth.
Yeah, and all great points too, and we'll get Whittle into this conversation in just a couple of minutes, and I'll round it out with this. This team's better offensively than what they showed this weekend. I can promise everybody that. I got the numbers right here. The starters hit 170 this weekend. I don't care who they're playing. They're better than that. And with runners in scoring position, they were 2 for 17. That's 118. They're better than that too, and they have to be to win games. To your point, they're not elite offensively. They're not going to be Tennessee. They're not going to be LSU. They're not going to hit 320, 330, 350, 310, anything like that. They are going to be a middle of the road at best offensive unit. So they're going to have to do the little things right. They're going to have big knocks with runners in scoring position. They're going to have to score late in games. And a lot of the things that Carolina was doing leading into the Clemson series, regardless of the competition, was sealing the deal. And Clemson did that this weekend. Of the 18 runs that they ended up scoring, 11 of those, 11 came in the 7th inning or later. That's a huge number. And keep in mind, the Clemson offense this weekend hit 229 as a group. It's not very good. So South Carolina pitching did a fine job. They just couldn't get any hits. And I knew on Saturday when they loaded the bases with nobody out and didn't score, there's no way that never doesn't come back to bite you in games like this. You know that. I know that. Anybody who has baseball sense knows that. And it certainly did. I'll give a little bit of credit here. Obviously, none of us knew what was going on with Kennedy Jones's shoulder, and certainly didn't know that I fractured my thumb, but mine was in the left thumb, and they had to create a cast, Mike, that went around basically half the palm, and you would tape it. So when you caught, it was a soft cast. You couldn't feel it, but he fractured his right thumb. So he hasn't had to catch with that. He's been able to throw, but it does hurt when you hit. So Lee Croy's been out there playing with this for the entire season, basically. Still had a couple of big hits on Friday night, but that's a problem. He is their best catcher, and Kennedy Jones, he has to be in the lineup. So, we'll have to see moving forward what's going to happen with those two guys. And then, to the rest of your point about Sunday, Kazmar just hasn't swung it the way that he needs to swing it. We knew that Scobie would would scuffle from he's an elite third baseman, but he's a true freshman playing third. He's going to have his moments offensively, no doubt about it. And some of these other guys, you look at their numbers and you look what they've done. Dalton Mayshaw's a better hitter when he's shown. I agree with in following Paul Maneri's career, and we'll go to a break and get John to continue this conversation. I agree with what he said the other night. My teams generally get better as the year goes along, and he's not wrong about that. His career has shown that. But it's going to be a grind. You know, they've still got 25 games to play against top 25 teams. Can you believe that? 25 games still left to play against top 25 teams this year. So you can look at that as panic, or you can look at that as opportunity. And I know that this program will have to look at it as opportunity if they want to get where they want to be, and we'll see how it all works out. But all great points. Mike, we'll hit a quick timeout here. John's waiting, so we'll get him in. We'll talk more about this, get into more basketball, and obviously we'll talk plenty more about the combine and everybody else that performed for South Carolina as well. Hang tight. We are brought to you by our friends at Palm Casual, palmcasual.com. The weather is getting there, man. Oh, Sunday was just flat. Saturday was just flat beautiful. And my Palm Casual furniture was perfect. It might have been miserable watching the game, but at least I was comfortable. Head to palmcasual.com for locations here in the Palmetto State. We'll be right back.
Mike here for my good friend Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. Let's face it, it's been a rough go for mortgage rates the last couple of years. And now more than ever, you need someone on your side to get you the very best possible rate on a new mortgage or a refi. That's where Troy comes in. 27 years of experience working for you. Conventional, FHA, VA, USDA, renovation, rehabilitation loans, all doable with my man Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. And when I say doable, I mean the best possible rate that's out there. It's a phone call that can literally save you thousands of dollars. 803-238-0111. 803-238-0111. You can also check out the website ggmortgage.com.
Remarkable, 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Will made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. If you're in Arizona or have plans elsewhere, visit chefwilliamturner.com to inquire about private events and more. From MLB to NFL, the chef has served everyone. He's won all the awards, done all the press. There's a reason for that. Food from every culture, all of it first class. ChefWilliamTurner.com and Chef Will Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, The Show.
We got started in 1979. Because we're a manufacturer, we're able to control our costs. That's why we like to manufacture as much of the product as we can, because in our factory stores we can offer a competitive edge over other people around the country. When people come into one of our Palm Casuals, it's like they're buying their car at Detroit. They're going right to the factory and buying their car.
30-day money-back guarantee. That's a big deal with us. I mean, we give 30 days to do anything. I mean, return it, change it, get a different color, get your money back.
When you pull into a store and it says Palm Casual, you know you're at a factory store.
Get along down the road. We got a long, long way to go. Scared to live, scared to die. We ain't perfect, but we try. Get along while we can. Always give love the upper hand. Paint a wall, learn to dance. Call your mom, buy a boat, drink a beer, sing a song, make a friend.
We need a lot of that today. Probably tomorrow. 10:23. Welcome back inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. There he is. There's John Whittle, the habitual chief app user. Hey, John.
Good to see you.
Mike will be back. Don't worry. His computer doesn't like him sometimes. He didn't just see you and dip out. Well, look, we'll start with the obvious. Carolina swept this weekend, and they got to pick themselves up and move on. I was actually asked this morning on 107.5, what is Paul Maneri's message and all this stuff. I said, John, Bill, I said, I know that the fans want to hear what they want to hear. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Season's over, cancel the year. We lost to Clemson. The whole thing is upside down. That program's better than ours. We're terrible. That's what they want to hear. He has to get his program ready to play the next game and try to move on and play baseball. And I think yesterday, based on his comments, that seems to be where the messaging is.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong in terms of the messaging and what Paul Maneri has to say to this team. I can understand why the fan base is not happy with the weekend. I mean, you had three really nice performances from pitchers in Jake McCoy, Dylan Eskew, Brandon Stone, but it was uncompetitive the rest of the way. And I know some of the scores were close, but you can credit those three pitchers for those scores being close. Is when those pitchers weren't in there, Clemson was really good offensively, and South Carolina didn't show much of a pulse offensively apart from opening the game on Friday. I thought they did a great job with Aiden Canuck, especially with as good as he can be. But the rest of the weekend was uncompetitive. And, it was really I can understand why it was so discouraging to watch that series and come away with any kind of, positive thought.
Yeah. Look, I can too. And the numbers support it. I mean, I mentioned to Mike just a minute ago, Carolina, their starters this weekend hit 170. Overall, they hit 160. Runners in scoring position, they hit 118. Clemson hit 229. But, in baseball, there's an old saying, right? Pitching, defense, and timely hitting. That was Clemson all weekend. They played – they had a couple of bugaboos defensively, some kind of odd ones, like the Canarello drop in center and a couple of other things that were a little strange. But overall, they also made some nice plays. They pitched well, and they scored 11 runs in the seventh inning or later this weekend, John. 11 of their 18 that they scored were in the seventh inning or later, so they put the game away. And, you got to tip your hat. If Carolina had been able to get a couple of big knocks here and there, you're in the right spots this weekend. You're looking at 3 or 4 hits that at least Carolina could have salvaged, or God knows, could have maybe even won the series with as bad as they were offensively this weekend. That's how thin that line is and where those knocks come from. But as you pointed out, they really weren't very close most of the times to getting any of them.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, that's great to say, but because it was because of those pitchers, those three pitchers that you were in those spots, but you weren't close to getting those hits. And when you were, like, you did something stupid to get out of it. Like the 8th inning yesterday, in Columbia. I mean, it just
what happened? What's the call there? What were they calling interference on Woida? Because I never got clarification on that.
Yeah, they called interference on Woida for the throw from the first baseman. Not the relay throw to first base, right, but the throw from the first baseman back. And I mean, I don't know how the rule book reads in terms of interference. I don't. So you can sit here and say, Woida should have done this or that, or he couldn't have done anything else other than get down. And, it didn't seem like he could do much more other than get down. But I don't know whether by rule that's interference or not in terms of, where he was and the whole outcome of the play. But regardless, South Carolina just wasn't close to getting those hits this weekend. And, it was incredibly disappointing. I didn't think that this year would be an offensive juggernaut, but it hasn't been great so far. for the Gamecocks. And you mentioned the fact that what do you say? 11 of the 18 runs were scored in the last 2 innings or 3 innings of the game. And I don't have the number in front of me, but probably just as large of a portion of those runs were probably scored with 2 outs as well. So Clemson did the job in the big moments. If you just look at the numbers on balance offensively between the two teams, like Clemson's numbers aren't crazy better, but they did it. They did it in the moments where it had to be done.
Carolina, by the way, and Mike, I know you want to jump in here, but I'll mention this: the 1 through 4 hitters, the starters, not guys who pinch hit or replace guys or whatever, but 1 through 4 in the lineup this weekend, 10 for 41, so about 250 overall, which certainly isn't great, but you can live with it if you're getting picked up somewhere else. And they did not get picked up anywhere else. 5 through 9, the starters this weekend, 5 for 47. 5 for 47, gentlemen. That's a rough number. It doesn't matter who's in there. That's a bad number. Go ahead, Mike.
Well, I mean, I go back to what we talked about at the top. I didn't expect this to be a very good hitting team just based on the returning production. I get it, the numbers are dismal, but this is the kind of pitching you are going to see in the SEC. So I'm not going to say buckle up, get used to 160 in a 3-game series every weekend. I don't think it's going to be like that at all. Jamie, I agree with you. Certain guys that didn't hit will hit better. But John, I look at it, and this is what I talked about a year ago at this time. I thought, and I said this point blank, if Mark Kingston did not get to a super regional, it was time. He didn't get to a super regional, he was gone. Everybody, rejoices. You want a coaching change, you want blood, so to speak, and so Paul Mainieri, great hire, all these things. But in today's day and age of baseball roster allocation, roster construction, which I think is just as important as what you do strategically 1 through 9 innings, because you got to have the Jimmies and the Joes. You're at such a disadvantage because the high school kids, they already know where they're going, most of them at that point. And the portal guys, they've already been contacted. They've already been poached. They've already been, for lack of a better term, legal tampering. So you get what you can get. But every time you make a coaching change in this day and age, you have to be prepared to take a step back. So I'm not shocked, John. And maybe you can offer a differing opinion on this, or maybe you agree. I don't know. I'm not shocked that this was going to be a step back in year one for Paul Mainieri. You can be a Hall of Fame coach and still the roster, when you make a change and you're out there and you're like, okay, what's left? Very, very typically, there's not a ton left for you to get at that point in the portal and in recruiting.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with a lot of what you're saying, especially when you recognize the timing of changes and the portal options that are out there. I don't think that the pool of talent that South Carolina could fish in was like crazy small, but it certainly wasn't chock full. If there wasn't a coaching change, I mean, South Carolina lost on multiple guys that ended up going to really good places and being really good players because of the timing of the change. I mean, Noah Sullivan at Mississippi State, Sawyer Reeves, the Robbie Burnett at Georgia. There are a couple of guys at Georgia. I mean, they missed on a few guys because of the timing, and that has to be considered when you make a coaching change. That's just part of it. But some of the guys that they got haven't performed, as well as they anticipated either. So, I mean, I thought Henry Kazmir was going to be a huge piece to this puzzle, and is and should be, and he's just not there right now. But they thought he was going to be their 2-hole hitter in the lineup, and he was so good throughout the fall and preseason, and just hadn't been there during the season. Talmadge LaCroix and Kennedy Jones especially were supposed to be offensive guys for you. Both of those were probably two of your top 3 or 4 guys, coming into the season in terms of how they were performing. And, Paul Maneri revealed last night that Thomas McCoy broke his thumb on the first game of the season. He was hitting darn close to 500 in the 11 preseason scrimmages coming into this. And, it's hard for me to hold against a guy how he's performing offensively, with a broken thumb. Now you have to figure out whether that's the best guy to have in the lineup or not. But that's 3 guys who you really counted on to be good and who haven't been great. Kenny Jones has been fine, but Kenny Jones hasn't played up to the level that we kind of thought he would, coming into this year. So it's just really disappointing. What the team's been like offensively, and they've had some good moments here and there. Some players have certainly had some good moments. Ethan Petrie's been great. Nathan Hall's been great. I mean, there have been a couple of guys who are performing pretty well. But, on the balance of the season and, the eye-opening games from this past weekend, it just hasn't been to the level that's necessary.
Moving forward here, they've got some non-cons this week. Of course, they'll come down to Charleston and take on the Citadel. It's always a tight game, generally, at Riley Park, for anybody wondering. And then next weekend, they've got Morehead State. And, of course, the SEC plays coming after that. All of a sudden, Oklahoma's a pretty viable top 15 team. So that'll be the opener next weekend at Founders Park. But the positive side to everything this year for South Carolina has been the pitching. And so what do you think that they're going to do moving forward here, John? Because we saw Becker's performance, which it wasn't an elite performance by Becker, but I'll add a couple of things here. He did leave, and of course they made the move when they made it to mitigate damage, but he didn't leave after giving up 9 runs. He gave up 4. They still had a chance to win the game. Number one. Number two, the strike zone, I thought, on Friday night for both teams. I thought Clemson actually got hosed a little bit more than Carolina did, but I thought Greg Street was horrible behind the plate. Horrible. Like, I thought he was terrible for 9 innings. So that factored into it. But then you look at the next 2 performances. Great to see the fact that SQ was able to go yesterday. And I thought he had the typical SQ performance, John. His stuff runs all over the place. He's going to walk a couple of guys, but you're largely not going to hit him very hard. And he was pretty darn good, really good. And then, of course, you had Jake McCoy, who got the Tom Price Award this weekend. And, John, if you go back about a year or so, maybe we might have had this conversation. I'm sure we've had this conversation. I know I've had it with other people. If you identified a guy on the staff, I'm talking about last year, and you said, okay, well, who's the future Friday night guy for the staff? Jake McCoy's name always came up. He's got the stuff. He's got the power. He's got the moxie and the whole 9 yards. And on Saturday against Clemson, he was, quite frankly, pretty brilliant, if you ask me. So what do you think the rotation will look like moving forward? Because if you do shuffle it, you are going to be playing with days and time off and getting bullpens right and things like that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a great question. Do you want to try to put Dylan Eskew in between the 2 lefties? It's a great question that I don't have the answer to. They're all very different. All 3 guys are very different performers. They all bring something a little different to the table. All of them are a little different in style. I don't know that there is a right answer. That's to me, the order of the pitching rotation has zero to do with what will make South Carolina successful going forward. I think it's a fine talking point for sure. But these guys are. I wouldn't get too caught up in the pitching rotation among the 3. But to your point, McCoy's got the most typical Friday night starter stuff. But you got to figure out a way to support these guys from a run standpoint too.
Mm-hmm. You could probably also say that, guys, about, and this is the fun part about being a fan, we all love doing it. We all love to say, okay, give me the lineup card and let me fill out 1 through 9. But I've seen this before. I saw it a little bit in 03. Now, that team managed to get to Omaha on grit and good pitching, obviously, and a great, I think that team went 12-0 in the final 4 SEC series. and squeaked into Omaha. That was not a great team, but they got to Omaha and won a game there. 2005, I saw this where Ray would tried every lineup combination imaginable, and they just didn't hit well. And they had Steve Pierce, as good a hitter as ever rolled through that program. I mean, just phenomenal. But you didn't have a ton around him. And so they just they scratched and they clawed, and they eventually got bounced in a regional, I believe, in Atlanta. My point is that if you're not a great hitting team, you can jumble 1 through 9 all you want. You can get creative. You can put your best hitter in the 2-hole, and you can do all this stuff. But at the end of the day, 9 guys come to the plate 4 or 5 times in a game, and if they struggle to hit, they're going to struggle to hit. So that would be something to keep an eye out for me, John, is just like, okay, what is this lineup? What is it going to perform? Regardless of the order, how is it going to perform in SEC play?
Yeah, and that's all 100% true. You can't doesn't matter the order if you can't produce. You know, I think there are guys on the bench who I don't know that they are like going to be elite offensive difference makers. But I mean, I loved what I saw out of Jordan Carrion yesterday. From an offensive standpoint, I mean, he's not going to be the strong guy who's going to knock balls out of the park. I mean, he got, like Paul Maneri said in his press conference, that first at bat, I mean, he got about as much into it as he could, and it got just shy of the track. So, you know, he's not going to be a power hitting guy, but he gave you 3 pretty good at bats yesterday. Blake Jackson, I know he struggled with some left-handed hitters and the numbers don't look great, but you know, he's been through it before. And Mike, you've seen it over the years. When you've been through it before and you're old and you know, you've been around, you figure out some ways to get on base. And you know, I don't know that he's not the right guy to have in there in some capacity right now. You know, I think there are some buttons you can push to change things up that maybe we haven't seen enough of just yet. But to your point, it's not going to be a great offensive team. I certainly expected better than what we've seen so far, but I mean, this is not a top half of the league offense.
How much heat, fairly or unfairly, is Monty Lee taking?
Oh, he's taking a ton. You know, I mean, I think some of it's fair. I mean, at the end of the day, he's been the recruiting coordinator here for 3 years. You know, he's brought in a lot of these guys. You know, I'm not going to sit here and say that this team's going to be miserable for all season offensively. And I think there are some guys who have performed pretty well. I think Kennedy Jones and Tommy Jacory have both gotten better based on what I've seen under him. That's not a road I want to go too far down right now in week 3. You know, here in 3, 4, 5 more weeks, then you know, we can kind of assess where things are. But you know, a coach is certainly going to take heat when you only score in 3 out of 27 innings. I mean, it's just part of it. And by God, he's getting paid a shit ton of money right now, so he's going to have to wear a little bit of it, and that's just part of it too. So, and the players are going to have to wear it. I mean, everybody in college sports is getting paid money now too, so they're going to have to deal with a little bit more criticism. And you know, when you're the highest paid assistant coach in the country, you're going to have to wear a little bit of criticism, and especially when you lose like that to a rival. So, you know, I mean, I'm not going to silence anybody right now trying to make a point on that. But you know, at the same time, I'm not ready to throw them under the bus and say you're the reason that you know, this weekend happened, and you know, there's still season left to go before, you know, talking about firing coaches and anything like that.
I mean, to your point, it's fair, and he knows that. You know, they all know that, but it's very fair, and they are going to hear it, and he's used to hearing it. You know, overall, of course, this weekend was bad, nothing good to say offensively. And, you know, the bright spots, to your point, of course, we have to get a little bit further down the season and see kind of what happens with guys. Nathan Hall's a different player since he's come to South Carolina. And obviously, you know, people, anytime they see a great player, they generally just give all the credit to the player. Ethan Petrie will tell you, and you've talked to him, and he's told me to my face, he's like, I owe almost all the credit to Monty. Now, I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to divert negative energy or anything like that. I'm just saying there are some good things, but overall as a group, that's what everybody's looking at. And when you're not performing as a group, you're going to get the heat. And yeah, he's the hitting coordinator, he's the recruiting coordinator, and he's the, all those things, and he's getting paid a bunch of money. They're going to have to work to get it fixed, and he's going to continue to hear until they do. So I think these are all fair comments.
Yeah, and to your point, there are a lot of people who are a lot smarter than me who think very highly of Monty Lee from an offensive standpoint and a teaching standpoint. I mean, he's invited to speak at every coach's convention imaginable. I mean, the Dodgers hired him, in between him being fired by Clemson and hired by South Carolina. He was out at the Dodgers spring training complex and there for a couple of weeks working and about to be named a full time. They were just waiting on some things to be I's dotted, T's crossed kind of things before announcing him. But he was already down working with the Dodgers at their spring training complex. So, I mean, he's very well thought of, very highly thought of across all of baseball, high school ranks through the professional ranks. So, I certainly understand a lot of the criticism right now, but there are a lot of people who feel very strongly about how good of a coach and teacher he is.
John, go ahead and give that bird a couple worms. I know they're in the nest with you.
I like that cat. This is our second straight week with him, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I mean, right in the nest with John. I love it. We should name this segment "In the Nest with Whittle," and then like a flock of birds surrounding him and waiting for Whittle to feed him the worms. I'll echo what you said, John. Look, I try not to let personal feelings get in the way of stuff on this because that's not our job. Right. Just kind of look out for our buddies here. That's not what we do. I will tell you this. I spent a lot of long bus rides sitting behind Monty Lee and talking hitting. And, I mean, Monty would, lend me books that just based on baseball and the science of hitting that I would read just because I'm kind of nerdy like that, and I thought it was fascinating. But I've never come across anybody who knows more about the science of just hitting a baseball. So let me just get that out of the way. The personnel, there's no getting around it. I mean, if you're the recruiting coordinator and obviously his salary is going to be brought up ad nauseum, that's a you thing. Like, you've got to bring in the players. That's part of the appeal of Monty. But Monty didn't just forget how to teach hitting, and like when he had Seth Beer at Clemson, Seth was pretty good, wasn't he? He did okay. When he had some of those elite hitters at Carolina, the hitting coach was just fine. I think the whole idea of, and even like the Braves, when they go into the slump, fire the hitting coach, and you bring in a new hitting coach, nothing changes. Like, a hitting coach can only do so much for you. When you're in the batter's box and you're facing a guy that throws 96 and has a nasty slider and it's a 1-2 count, you're going to look over there. You're not going to have the answer for you. You're on your own at that point. And so I'm not saying that it's a worthless position. I'm not saying you can't help things. I'm just telling you that at the end of the day, the hitting coach sometimes is as good as the talent around him and sometimes is as poor as the talent around him. Can you work with guys one-on-one and go over certain things? And then, of course, everybody knows, like, okay, is this going to be a guy that says be aggressive in the first count or grind out counts and work up a high pitch count? All that's going to be second guess, but I think we put too much into the impact of a quote-unquote hitting coach at this level. Mm-hmm. Give me guys that are just naturally good, and I'll go to war with them versus, well, those stats and his overall productivity is a byproduct of either good or bad hitting coaches. Mm-hmm. Agree or disagree, I guess, is the end of that question or comment.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of that. I mean, Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just recruit the best players and stay out of their way, right? Just write their names on the lineup card. I think coaches in general, regardless of sport, probably shoulder a little bit too much credit or too much blame. But at the end of the day, you're, at least in the past, you were dealing with amateur athletes, so the coaches had to, shoulder all the blame. Especially when it comes to football and basketball, when they're getting paid huge sums of money, it's probably more fair to be more critical of players now than. But I think in general, sometimes coaches get way too much credit or too much blame, but that's part of the gig.
Yeah. Well, and and I want to move on. I do want to touch on softball with you. This is a killer story, and we got to get your thoughts on this here in just a second. But something you said earlier is noteworthy. It is not in any way, shape, or form nor should it be used as an excuse or anything like that. But I remember last year when that coaching change was going on, and you were right in the thick of all this, John. You cover all their baseball recruiting. You do it better than anybody. Nobody in the state covers it better than you do. Carolina was in on a lot of big time players to bring in through the transfer portal, and it, because of the situation, I don't know who the head coach is going to be. They just couldn't get some of that done. Now, I'm not saying that, well, you know what, we got to give them a pass, because that's what people will hear. Oh, well, hey, they just couldn't get the players last year because we fired our coach, so give them a pass. We'll try to get it. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all. But you do need to look at the process to wherever you are. You got to look at the process as to how you got there. And they just ran into the best team that they've played yet. And largely the guys that are in the lineup who haven't been around did not perform in any way, shape, or form. And even some of the ones that have been around didn't perform, of course, with the exception of Petrie, and Hall had a nice weekend. Lee Croy, I thought, was going to have a nice weekend. He started out having a wonderful weekend on Friday in the Upstate. So, we'll just have to see where it goes. It's still too early to tell. Again, people don't want to hear that because it's Clemson. If this was Oklahoma or somebody else, it would still hurt, but it wouldn't hurt as bad. And it hurts a lot worse when you come off the week that we had where Bakich was making the comments he was making about this basically being their World Series. Essentially, I'm paraphrasing there, of course. And the way that a lot of those guys act, the way that the ballpark was on Friday night. I learned from Coach Lake that they moved the freaking bullpens just so they could have a beer garden down the left field line, and they got the band in the outfield. I mean, it's kind of a circus, right? And you don't want to lose to your rival, and you surely don't want to lose to a rival when you're getting that side of things. But when you get your ass beat, you got to shut up and take it. And that's where South Carolina is right now.
Yeah, you're right on all of that. And Friday night is, I mean, Clemson baseball is a circus, and it's working for them, and it's fine. And like, I don't necessarily mean that as a knock, but it's, I mean, they're bringing banana ball in, later this year, and it felt like banana ball at times with the band and the way they played their music in between every pitch, and I mean, it's not the baseball that we grew up on. that's for sure. But you know what? It's working for them, and who are we to say that's not the right way to go about it? It's about winning games, right? And I guess it's and it's about having fun. I'm all about sports being fun, and if that's what they want to do, then I mean the fun's in the winning, right? And they're winning, so you can kind of take the approach you want to, but yeah, it was a circus up there, and on Sunday when they're dancing around on your field and so forth. I mean, they earned that right, and South Carolina's teams are regardless of sport, are going to celebrate on Clemson's home field or home court when they win, and they earned that right to be able to do that on Sunday, and it was this. One point I do want to quickly make that we hadn't really talked about, and I haven't gone back to listen to Eric Bakich yet, but one of their media folks was telling me post game that Bakich talked about how he thought that first weekend tournament going against some of that good competition and Oklahoma State and Ole Miss, Arizona, he said he thought that really benefited them. And, I I won't say I've long been a proponent of not playing big time series early in the year before Clemson, but I can understand the positives of it. I understand both sides of it, but I think they certainly came in looking like a more battle tested and prepared team from that standpoint.
John, I'm glad you brought that up. I mentioned that last week either with Jamie or JC.
That's a good point.
I don't think with this team that would have been the way to go because they needed to figure out who their best guys are. They need to get some confidence, get a little warm and fuzzy going on. And there was plenty of that in the 9-0 streak of beating up on much lesser competition. But I know this from following Paul Mainieri at LSU. He will challenge in the non-con greater in the future. When he's got the squad to do it, I could see him playing in the same type of tournament that Clemson did. And there's no doubt about it. That is an advantage. If you don't mind having your stats not look as good and taking an L or two, when you finally get to the Carolina-Clemson series and you've seen those type of pitchers as opposed to what Sacred Heart and Milwaukee are going to throw out there, that does make you more battle-tested. So I think that's going to be something that you could definitely expect to see bolstered in the near future.
Those are wonderful, wonderful points. Well, actually, Chastain's done that with her softball team. They had to go to Duke this weekend. And then this weekend, they're going to Oklahoma. We'll go on the road to a top 10 team the weekend before. Why not? And why not? They're 19-0 after sweeping them. Now they're in the top 10. They got a midweek game. Oklahoma does not play in the midweek. If Carolina wins, there are 2 teams left in college softball that are undefeated, gentlemen. 2, Oklahoma and South Carolina, and they will play in Norman starting on Friday night. This is just an incredible story what's going on right here with her.
Yeah, I'm going to have to call the folks over at CBS and see if I can hop on a plane and head out to Norman, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's incredible. And I'd be lying to you if I said I got to watch more than just a snippet here or there of the goings on from the weekend. But I thought South Carolina would be doing well to go up there and get 1, and they'd pull off a incredible feat to win 2, but to go up there and sweep, that's impressive. That's crazy impressive. And I thought Ashley would get things going. I thought they would be based on what she landed in the portal. I thought they'd be somewhat competitive this year in the SEC, but below 500 and not in the top half of the conference and that kind of thing. I thought they'd be competitive, but man, how she's got things going this quickly, and obviously we'll see what happens when it comes to SEC play, but that was a pretty good litmus test this past weekend. So kudos to her and kudos to those players because, the ones who have come back from last year's team have just improved remarkably. And, she brought in some pretty darn good players to boot.
Yeah. Hey, their starters here, their batting averages: 569, 429, 382, 371, 360, 433, 321, 314. I mean, what? They're hitting 370 as a team, guys. 370 as a team. And it's not like Duke's the only team they beat. They swept Virginia. They beat North Carolina. But it gets real, and we all know that. They've got it's Oklahoma this weekend. So we're going, we know that they're good. Are they, top of the country good? Those answers will start to come around 7:30 on Friday night. But this is an incredible story. Youngstown State is the next opportunity to play coming up on Wednesday. John, we're out of time. We didn't get to basketball with you. Mike and I will get that covered. But we know you got to go because you got another media hit in here in just a couple of minutes. But thanks for all you do, brother. And hopefully next week we get to talk on better terms. Bring the bird back if you don't mind.
That sounds okay to me. And maybe we'll talk after another South Carolina basketball victory too. Who knows?
Yeah, it's maybe 2.
See, John did not throw in the towel. He's staying strong on the coverage. He's keeping up with it. That's anybody could just jump on a bandwagon. Whittle stays through the teams and the coverage through good times and in bad, and I respect that.
Hey, they've got a shot at 3. They've got a shot at 3. So I didn't think they would finish in last. Even a couple of weeks ago when they were sitting there 0-12, I thought they'd get past LSU, but that loss down there was a difficult one.
I know one thing. Ooh. Nobody wants to play them in the first round of the SEC tournament.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, that could be a bubble team that actually has to play South Carolina, and if you lose it, you just got on the wrong side of the bubble. And Carolina can go in there, they got nothing to lose. just go ahead and have fun. It's another showcase for CMB. There'll be scouts all over the place in Nashville.
Yeah. Is it true? If you don't use it, you lose it. John, have a wonderful week, brother. Thanks for what you do. You're the best.
I think John's audio went out.
Oh.
I see him moving his lips.
Hold on, let me pull in our lip reader. He said, "You're the best too. I envy everything about you." Oh, thanks, John. Okay, got it.
Death to America. Whoa, John, easy.
You're the best.
He had a rough morning, obviously. Sign up bonus for Cut, KUTT. That's an app on Apple. It's also a website, KUTT.com, a social betting app. A lot of fun for a number of folks. A lot of our listeners have already had fun with this. 10% sign-up bonus. We call that a sweeten the pot move by the people at cut.com. March Madness around the corner. We'll have some fun with that around here because we're also a fun show here on ITG. Some bracket madness, and you can also have some fun with your buddies, make some personal wagers of sorts on Cut. Check it out, KUTT.com. Again, sign up bonus if you mentioned Gamecocks.
Mike mentioned the SEC tournament. Who would Carolina play? I'll tell you who. When we return.
Boom.
It's gone!
That ball is going to be out of here!
Fair ball in the corner!
The atmosphere in Founders Park is electric. There's nothing like being loud and proud for our Gamecocks. Gamecock Traditions proudly supports Carolina baseball and wants you to look your best while you're at the ballpark. Come see us and choose from the best selection of game hats, hoodies, shirts, and all that entails the baseball logo. From tailgate gear to jewelry and plenty for your kids, Gamecock Traditions is your Gamecock baseball locker room. Don't forget, we have the widest selection for all sports and USC apparel. Come see us in Lexington or in the Village at Sandhill, or order online and have it shipped to your doorstep at GamecockTraditions.com. Go Gamecocks!
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com. Man, that's good.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Oh man, the building is on fire.
Emergencies and accidents happen. When you're in the middle of a fire or water event, all you want is for things to return to normal as soon as possible. Resto Pros of the Midlands is with you, guiding you through the process and working with you to get your home or office back in working order. They'll answer your questions, discuss procedures, and can act as your advocate when it comes to processing your insurance claim. Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. Open 24/7 when you need them. Quality that is guaranteed.
Happy New Year from the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. Thebarndominiumco.com. Gamecock owned and operated.
Think about that old ride of yours. The carpools, the road trips, the heavy hauls, date nights, and the dings and the dents and the sticky spills and cracker crumbs, and that smell that really never goes away. Do you really want to start the new year in the same old ride? Or is it time for a fresh start? Now's the time for incredible New Year's savings at Love Chevrolet on the entire lineup of award-winning vehicles. Love has more new Chevys on the lot than any other dealer in the Midlands, in the color, style, features you've been looking for. With New Year's savings and Love's famous low price guarantee, your new ride in 25 will be invigorating, exhilarating, and affordable too. South Carolina's #1 volume Chevy dealer, I-26 at Harbison, and online at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy. This is my dirt.
Welcome back to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barndominium Company and Bresto Pros of the Midlands. Hour 2 starts now.
Yeah, I'd hate to be the first to sell. This is my dirt, these are my fields, where I harvest what I plant. That little pond, I catch bluegill. I built that barn with my 2 hands, where I raise my babies, a piece of me. Now this ain't just a piece of land, the money be great, but I can't part ways with a life that works. You can't put a greenback dollar on what it's worth.
It is 11:05. Good morning, everybody. Glad you're spending it with us here on the morning show. Mike Morgan, the Golden Tones, myself, JB, and Mad Dog is on master control. JC.
Did you put that video together, or is that part of the? You did.
I did that. Yeah.
I felt like I was watching like a John Cougar Pink Houses video from the '80s. Like it was very well done. I felt like I was living the life of a farmer.
Well,
just trying to make it all work.
So it has not been forgotten that our program is it hits every small town and corner of South Carolina and beyond. And I just feel like it's necessary to remind folks that we don't just focus on the people that are in Columbia or in Greenville or Charleston. Like, we're not a radio station. You're not just a number to us and a click. We know that you're in small towns all over the place. We hear you, we see you, and that's our tip of the cap to everybody. So
I like it. And we're in a couple of metropolises as well.
Mike, I'm gonna interrupt you because if I don't, I'm gonna forget about this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do this publicly. I've been so excited to do this.
Okay, I'm excited that you're excited.
You're gonna laugh, and it's all good. And it's meant for you to laugh because you know the backstory. Aside from my dear friend, who I care so much about, Bobby Harton on ESPN in Charleston. He's such a wonderful man with a killer wife, and he's done so much for radio in this state over the years for Carolina and beyond. He is just great. I got a text the other day that said, turn on ESPN radio in Charleston, where I used to work. I don't ever listen anymore. I don't have time. So I thought, well, all right, what's going on? Nothing.
No.
It's there. And I'm sure whoever's on there are nice people. But that can't be local sports radio. 5:30 on a Friday. Clemson, Carolina is on the air, the home of the Gamecocks at 7. And we're doing early July sports movies. And what are you eating for dinner tonight?
I have no idea who does that show.
So
Bobby's out. Bobby's got some health issues.
Bobby got hurt. He when it snowed and iced here, he fell and got hurt.
Oh crap!
Yeah, and he's okay. He'll rebound. Crown Royal ain't killed him.
Exactly.
So I love Bobby dearly. Bobby and my dad were best friends before my dad passed. I've known Bobby since I was a kid. He's such a great dude. We used to work.
For those that
together.
don't know, former Gamecock cheerleader, longtime afternoon show host in Charleston. I know there's a whole generation that might not know who Bobby Harton is. So, but that if you live in Charleston, you know the name for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's a great Gamecock. He's everything he's a great dude. I mean, I just love him dearly. But you know what? I can say it because they fired me and there's nothing to do now. That place has gone way in the toilet. I mean, it's terrible. It's terrible. So tell your friends that we're here because that is just brutal radio. It's brutal. It is brutal.
Well, I don't know much about. Obviously, I don't.
You don't have to say anything. I wasn't trying to paint you.
Well, no. I know. I mean, I don't listen to it, so I'm far removed from it. But I will say this: I'm very, not to give ourselves a pat on the back, but I'm very happy with what we do here. As someone who did radio in that state for a good amount of time, and I can't tell you enough how the reaction of people. A lot of people, the news travels a little slow that we're here. And so I've run into a number, when I was in Columbia a few weeks ago, a number of people hadn't discovered the show yet. We don't we don't have a billboard campaign. We don't promote it all over the place. We've gotten the thousands upon thousands and a lot of word of mouth, quite frankly. But the moment people tune into it and find us, and I've certainly introduced quite a few people here in Atlanta too. I mean, one of the producers I work with at 680 The Fan in Atlanta, Colin Madden, huge Gamecock fan. He now is a listener. Guy I play pickup basketball with every week. Big Gamecock fan. Didn't know we existed. Figured all I can do is just go to message boards. And I said, no, you got other options too. He's now a huge listener. So the retention rate, if you will, to use a radio term, the people that find us, they typically stay with us. So we appreciate that, and glad that we've given everybody an option. I could do a whole essay, and you can too, on the state of local sports talk radio, and this is throughout the country. For those that always wonder, like, why is it so bad? Because there's not a lot of money in it.
Yeah, they don't have any money.
They don't have money. And so they don't invest. And so they try to get people on the cheap. If I were to tell you the salaries of some of the people that working local sports talk radio, whether it's Columbia or Charleston or wherever else, you'd be like, what are you kidding me?
Yeah.
The guy that works at my dry cleaners does better than that. It's just, it is what it is.
There's
and then
a lot of great people that are trying to hang in there.
They're trying. And then sometimes you'll just have a guy who no station would ever hire, but he's got enough money to buy time. That's another question I got. Like, I used to listen to this guy. Like, how in the world did he get a show? Because he went to a radio station's program director and said, I'll give you this much a month if you just let me do my show here. And that's guaranteed money. A lot of times they'll take it. So it's not based on, well, he's the most talented guy in the market. It's based on a financial opportunity for a station that's otherwise thrifty. So, but I feel bad. I hear it all the time. Like, South Carolina fans deserve more in terms of quality radio station shows. But if the one bright side for us, Jamie, is that allows us to help fill the gap.
Yeah, we have an app.
We have an app.
James, it definitely wasn't national. I mean, I quite frankly know who the guys are, but I just couldn't believe. I wanted to call in and be like, it is 5:30. They're going to throw the first pitch of the biggest series in the country on your station in an hour and 22 minutes or whatever it was when I looked at the clock. This is July radio. It's not March, but anyways, what do I know? They told me to take a hike. So, I mentioned, I mentioned the.
You're in a better place now, Jamie.
I know. Believe me.
That's the moral of the story. You would never in a million years want to go back.
Yeah, exactly. I mentioned the basketball. So if the season ended today, of course, Carolina is still the 16 seed. That's not the question. The question is who would be the 9, and it's Mississippi State. And so the way that it would fall if the season ended today is Carolina in the first round of the men's bracket would get the 9th seeded Bulldogs, who are by Lenardi's. This was on the 28th. So I think we're going to get a new one today. Oh yeah, they're definitely in. I think they were a 7 seed.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure somewhere in there. But and then if Carolina were to scrape through that, they would get the 8th seeded. Can you believe that? 8th seeded Kentucky Wildcats on Thursday, March 13th. And let's say a miracle happens. They'd run into Auburn on Friday in the next Friday, the 14th, in the quarterfinals. Now, just for giggles here, because we love giggles.
We do.
If South Carolina were to win out, which would require them beating the Bulldogs of Georgia and then going to Knoxville and for the second straight year pulling off an upset of the Vols up there in Thompson Bowling, or not Thompson. What is it now? Food City Center. If they were to do that and LSU drops a game, they would slide it into the 15 seed and out of the cellar, still in the cellar, but not all the way at the bottom. And they would get 10th seeded Vanderbilt.
That's the coach of the year, Mark Byington. I know he might not win it, might go to Pearl. Gold will be considered. Your coach of the year is Byington of Vanderbilt.
Yeah, but what about Dennis Gates?
Your coach of the year is Byington.
Okay.
Dennis Gates returned a number of veteran players, had one of the top recruiting classes and portal classes in the country, got Mark Mitchell, a double-figure scorer at Duke, because they have a ton of NIL money at Mizzou. Byington goes into Vanderbilt. Stackhouse did virtually nothing other than make a lot of money. Takes a roster that there's no players. He basically had to recruit 13 guys, speed dating on the portal. Many of those players, I mean, you got one kid from Cornell, and you got another kid that he took over from JMU. Like, these are not huge gets, and they are going to go to the tournament. I've got them Saturday against Georgia. I thought that'd be a big bubble game for both teams. It's a bubble game for Georgia, and kudos to Mike White. So Georgia might get in. Vandy might get in. You look at the last 2 years, I think the only program that could say they didn't get in would be LSU from the SEC. But Byington has done one of the best coaching jobs in America. Talk about winning more with less. That's it.
Well, that's a great point. Where is it? Wednesday, right? Is it Wednesday? Carolina and Georgia play Wednesday night. Is that true? Or is that Tuesday night? Shoot, I can't remember. My mind is...
The hell with it. Post-game shows brought to you by... I can't find it. The hell with it. Barry Doyle, everybody.
All right, so Lenardi had them on yesterday. Had both Arkansas and Georgia as two. Well, Arkansas, Georgia, and Oklahoma. So 3 SEC programs as 3 of the last 4 in. All right. So right now, the SEC is getting 13, but if things go really off the rails, they could actually maybe only get 10. I don't think they will. I think
they'll get 12. That's my number.
Well, South Carolina certainly put a major roadblock in front of Arkansas with what happened. Now, I know that they're going to consider the injuries, and they should, but that was but they could do it again tomorrow against Georgia when the Dogs come to town.
I have the real reason why Arkansas lost that game. It had nothing to do with Murray Boyles.
Because Coach Cal loses in the CLA.
It wasn't that either. It was an X factor that you probably didn't,
because there's nobody in there.
Nobody in the CLA.
There's nobody at the game. The atmosphere.
I didn't see the crowd. What was the crowd? Was it bad?
I mean, it wasn't good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's hard, because you got 18,000 seats. Like you almost have to grade on a curve, right? Like if there was 10,000 people there for a last place team or second to last, like that's actually not bad.
It
wasn't that.
Maybe half.
It's probably like a third of that. All right. So here's the real reason. Jamie. Not enough people are giving this attention. Why Arkansas lost that game and didn't just lose; they got throttled. There's for those of you on X, there's a handle called Message Board Geniuses.
Yeah,
it's really fun. It's very entertaining.
I think it's fantastic. Yeah.
So this is from Hog Sports.
Uh-oh.
And one of their listeners, and shortly after the loss, Gamecock fans, buckle up. This is very scientific.
Okay.
So Mr. RD75 says, not making excuses, but it's known in some basketball corners that loosening the rims can affect shooting negatively. Something Carolina pulled today, and it helped them greatly. The trick is to loosen the rims a few days before you play and have your team practice making shots, understanding how the ball doesn't bounce so you can see how you have to shoot it. Tighten them before the opposing team's practice, then have them loosened again by the game so that the opposing team doesn't have enough time to practice on the loose rims. This is usually a trick pulled by a team that struggles because it's considered a dirty move. That's why you could hear the rims clank so loud after every shot. No doubt we shot badly. Gives Carolina a little credit there. No doubt we shot badly. But we had a little help from a trick South Carolina pulled. P.S. I can't remember who it was against, but Muss pulled this on a few teams when he was here.
Oh.
So there you go.
Well, that's why haven't the Gamecocks been doing that all year? That's a brilliant move. Why wait until you're 1-14 to pull that out?
It's all about loosening the rims, then tightening the rims, then loosening the rims again. So, I mean, kudos to the staff there at the CLA. That's a lot of you got to get out the old Phillips screwdriver.
Oh, okay. From the backboard is what you're saying. So loosen them off the backboard.
Yeah, just I guess they would use a power drill.
Yeah.
And then wait, they're back. Tighten it back up and then loosen it back up. That's a lot of trouble to go through.
That's a good idea. I never thought about doing that.
Yeah.
More teams.
Now, if you could do this more next year, I smell Final Four. So certainly the Arkansas guy is on to something here.
Well, I guess my follow-up to that would be, okay, if Muss did it a couple of times, then, and it worked, why not just keep doing it?
Yeah.
I mean, that sounds like a pretty good, that's a nice approach, if you ask me. I think it's a brilliant move. Now, what was this guy's name again?
It's from, you would ask me that.
Hog
it's from
Sports?
Hog something. Hold on, I'll get it. I don't
Hog
know why
Sports is too generic.
It's from Hog Sports.
Oh, okay.
And the title is, and he's a VIP member, by the way.
Okay.
It's entitled South Carolina's Rims.
Oh, yeah. This is.
By the way, 17,427 posts by this gentleman. So.
Oh, okay. So he's got it all figured out.
He's got it figured out. He's out there. He's doing research. He's on that keyboard like it's attached to his hands, and he has done. He's got some intel on the rim looseners at the CLA.
Yeah. Well, I think he's on to something. I'm going to give him more credit than probably others are giving him. I think that this is a kind of a smart move by the Carolina staff to do such a thing. I would kindly, though, go back to let's see here if I can pull the date on this, Mike. If I was South Carolina, I'd go back to around January the 8th when Alabama came to town.
Yeah.
And suggest, though, that they're about 2 months late on this deal.
Should have loosened them up then.
Probably should have done it then, because if you really think about it, which I thought Coach Cal had like the quote of the weekend. He said, "I told Lamont, if anybody wants to know what I told him, hey, if y'all played all the games in the CLA, you'd be in the top 10.
Lamont's 3-0 against Cal,
which I thought was kind of funny. But I mean, per this guy, what he's saying, heck, if you would have loosened them then, I don't know that they would have beat Alabama. Let's not give the Rims too much credit, but they certainly would have beat Auburn. They would have beat Florida.
Yeah.
Probably would have beat Mississippi State. They would have beat A&M. That's 4. They would.
I think they were loose in the Florida game for the first 30 minutes or so, and then somebody had a bad idea and said, "No, let's tighten them back up during the next media timeout," and that's where Carolina lost the lead.
Nobody saw that.
Nobody saw that. It was very cloak and dagger. They put a big blanket over each backboard as Earl was there with the power tools.
That's what the blanket's for.
That's what the blanket's for.
I always wondered what they were doing up there when they pull that blanket out.
Yeah. It's kind of mysterious, but now you know. It's like a David Blaine magic act that they pull.
Oh man, oh gosh, you gotta love fans. You gotta love fans, man. You know,
There's plenty. I'm going to start doing that as like a weekly segment. I'm just going to read things from that site, Message Board Genius. It is hilarious.
This is fantastic.
It's
yeah,
absolutely hilarious.
I remember when that guy first got started, I was with Darren and he followed me one day and I was like, well, this looks like a pretty neat thing. And Darren and I would from time to time read stuff, and not just South Carolina, just all kinds of stuff. And now he's got like a couple 100,000 followers or something.
No, it's got traction.
Yeah.
People, the entertainment value is fantastic.
I think that's pretty tremendous. Yeah. So what do they do for the women's game? Are they just always that way for the women's games, or
the women's games they're loose,
loose
all the time. That combined with 10 McDonald's All-Americans helps win a lot of games.
Yeah. All right. Well, hats off to, if you track this guy down, see if we can't send him Phil, send that guy a link and see if he can give me a little insight as to the science behind this. I'd love to learn a little bit more about it. I think it's a neat idea, and it's something that Carolina and everybody, quite frankly, should consider moving
should really
forward.
Look into it. Yeah.
I will say this.
Rimgate.
There are certainly some rims, on a serious note, and some gyms that you feel like,
without a doubt,
clank harder than others. So Carolina's rims are actually pretty soft compared to a lot of gyms. I've truly believe that.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back and watch like the old school NBA college basketball, they changed this in like the mid to late 80s.
Mm-hmm.
They went from regular rims, and those things, there were no loose rims. It was 4 bolts, and they didn't move. And then we switched to what they call breakaway rims.
Yeah.
Because when people like Daryl Dawkins and Shaq started, you would just start tearing down the damn backboard.
Mm-hmm.
So breakaway rims, the technology is there where you can pull the rim down a little bit when you dunk it and not without breaking it. Well, with that, of course, you could also, that over time could be a little loose. And every shooter wants a loose rim if you can get it. Of course, the really good shooters don't hit much rim.
Yeah.
That's the other part of the equation. If you're a really good, Jamel Bradley didn't need soft rims. Jamel Bradley just hit everything, nothing but net.
Boy, if this team had a Jamel Bradley on it.
Larry Davis didn't need loose rims. Yeah.
No, but he would also pull the rim down if he had the opportunity to do it.
He was very, very capable of doing both. Heck of a player.
It is 11:25. We need to slide to a timeout. When we come back, let's get into the combine stuff for South Carolina. It was a good weekend for the Gamecocks.
It was a good week, yeah.
Good weekend for the Gamecocks. We'll also give you I'll give you the full bracket for the ladies as well. Carolina, your women's basketball has entered the baseball chat of old. You were judged by the postseason, and that's where they are. Couple of notes here. I need to do this more often, and I apologize to everybody, because if we're going to be inside the Gamecocks, maybe we should give you the full scope of what happens, not just in the 3 main sports or 4 main sports, but from around campus this weekend. This is an interesting move. I don't really have any insight as to what's happened.
I saw that.
The volleyball coach. Yeah, Tom Mendoza headed to Marquette. You wonder if, when that happens, sometimes maybe they know something we don't know. Generally, they do. But the volleyball coach is gone. He's headed off to Marquette. South Carolina's women's tennis team upset 6th-ranked Auburn at home this weekend, formerly on the home of Sarge Fry Field. I might add, it is a beautiful facility over there.
Mm-hmm.
And the women's golf team today is in Hilton Head. They're hosting the annual Darius Rucker Intercollegiate Athletic Tournament. There are like 12 ranked teams playing down at Hilton Head, and that is available at 2:30 this afternoon on the Golf Channel. So Craig and some of you big golf fans, y'all can watch some college golf from Hilton Head today, hosted by the Gamecocks. Also in College Station, Texas this weekend, Jamisha Ford, she's an Olympian for the Gamecocks. It's the 2nd consecutive year that she is the SEC indoor champion in the 200-meter sprint. The women and the men finished in the top 10 at the indoor championship. It's the first time they've done that since 2013. That's the SEC indoor championship. The NCAAs will begin next Friday in Virginia Beach, March the 14th. The beach volleyball team, by the way, they won both of its duels at home this weekend. They are 4-1 overall. They'll head to Florida in the FGCU. What is that? Florida Gulf Coast University inaugural tournament. And then you can never count out Gamecock Equestrian The 8th-ranked
Never.
Gamecocks went to Fresno and went 2-0, defeating 6th-ranked Fresno State this weekend. So that's around campus.
You want to break down some of the stats on that equestrian meet?
Yeah, you know, I don't. We're going to run out of time, but maybe tomorrow we can spend a.
What was the launch angle of the horse?
That's a good. You know, there's probably a stat out there for those things.
What was the war for Secretariat?
Yeah, that's right. And
Wins above replacement.
That's right. And the hockey team beat Clemson in hockey, but that's not a sanctioned sport, but we'll take it.
Well, damn it, it should be. That's all I got to say about that. And maybe now with revenue sharing, we can make that change. Ryan Brewer and those folks, they don't loosen rims. Although, I mean, if you needed somebody to do a job like that, his terrific staff would certainly be more than capable of doing it. And Ryan's all about helping the Gamecocks win. So maybe he was part of the conspiracy. Maybe he was out there with his crew when he wasn't building a beautiful fence around the Colonial Life Arena, or maybe around the parking lot. I like what they finally did to the left side when you go down that back road, and it used to be like a kind of just a ragtag.
Oh, you mean where you park? Where the media parks?
Where the media parks, yeah.
Yeah, it's the best media parking in the world. You're
fantastic.
On the river.
Yeah. Yes, they've done a really good job with that. Ryan Brewer does a great job with everything that he does. Over 15 years of experience with consultation, installation, residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured, your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise. That's Ryan Brewer. RyanBrewer.net. You can check it out. Even get a free estimate on the website before you give him a call, and have it done by the very best out there in the state of South Carolina.
It's 11:29. TonyPope.com. Tony Pope State Farm presents The Morning Show. We will be right back.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, The Show.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com. Man, that's good.
Fans, Club Chief has arrived. Become a Big Chief Club member or a Big Chief Club Golden Gear member for exclusive access to our Nana's Porch chat box on Inside the Gamecocks The Show. Plus, you'll get access to our VIP tailgates, prize drawings, merch, and much more. A portion of your monthly membership goes to the Garnet Trust, supporting NIL at the University of South Carolina. Pull up your Chief Sports app and join on the home page. Thank you so much for being a member of Club Chief, and we look forward to meeting many of you very soon.
You're tuned into Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Part of the Chief Sports Network and presented by Gamecock Traditions.
It is 11:33. You can cheer on the Gamecocks and look good doing it. Head to Gamecock Traditions, both locations in the Midlands, or GamecockTraditions.com. Finally got what I ordered in the mail this past weekend. Not finally, it was here in like 72 hours, but felt like longer because I've been waiting on it. GamecockTraditions.com, GamecockTraditions.com. They will send it to your doorstep. It is always somebody's birthday and anniversary. Always. Don't ever forget that. And yours truly has not. My kids, they turned 6 yesterday, so we celebrated their birthday this weekend. And then Carrie's birthday, Mike, comes up on Saturday. It's a very expensive week for me, but that's all right. It's all worth it for the ladies in my household. So
very nice.
I'm
sure you've been shopping like a fiend.
Yeah, you gotta get creative. The kids this year got a 50-foot heavy duty with a little pool in the end slip and slide. 50-foot, like not one of those cheap ones where you slide on it. I learned that problem or that mistake a couple years ago. Ordered kind of a cheap one. They were little, I thought, well, they won't tear it up, and they didn't. It was the father of one of their friends who showed up, put a knee through it, and I thought, well, if these jackasses are going to keep coming over and tearing up my stuff, I'm going to have to get the good stuff. So we did. 50 feet, so they'll just keep on going, out of sight.
Go right into the abyss. You'll be like Carol Ann and the Poltergeist. You'll have to hire a team to get your children back, but that's okay. It's still going to be worth it. It'll be a fun ride up until that point. Hey, permission to inject one little college football note into the program?
100%. We're all about that.
Permission granted. From Brett McMurphy. This is from Circus Sports. Odds to win a college football playoff title. If I were to say Jamie Bradford, in your expert opinion, who would be the top 2 teams odds-wise?
Oh, I would say Ohio State, and I would say probably 2. I'll go with Texas.
Correct. Okay. Ohio State and Texas 5-1. Then Georgia 6.5-1. Oregon 7-1. Stop me if these don't sound like familiar names. Penn State 7.5-1. Alabama and Notre Dame 15-1, Tennessee 18-1, Clemson 20-1, LSU, Michigan, Ole Miss 25-1, A&M 35-1, Miami 45-1, and coming in at 50-1, Florida and South Carolina. 50-1.
Pretty good odds. I find all these conversations really interesting too, for a couple of reasons. One, I actually would, that's not bad for the Gamecocks, but you get, back in January, all the experts were giving us the top 10 for September. And here we are in March, and you still get some of those, right? And a lot of them have Carolina like well inside the top 15, which is great. That's fine. Going back to what Shane said right here on this show. Yeah, you return a quarterback, you win a bunch of games, you beat some good teams, wham, there you are in the top 10, top 15. But then the odds come out or the over-unders come out, and like every over-under, once again, here they are, Carolina's at 5.5 wins. So
yeah, I saw that.
And then you got the betting odds.
Yeah. And last year it was what, 4.5?
Some were 4.5 to 5.5. Yep.
Yeah.
That's what all of them were.
If I was a gambler, and I'm not, I thought that was easy money. But yeah, I was a little taken back by that too. I realized the schedule's brutal. Going into the heads of the Vegas guys, because again, they have no emotion. They don't care. They don't care wins. They don't care loses. They just want to make money. They're thinking the defense will take a step back. They're looking at the offense and they're saying Lenoris great, but then what? And then the schedule is once again brutal. And Carolina's due to take a step back. You're going to hear a lot of this.
Yeah,
it's going to be the hype versus but they're due to take a step back.
Sure, yeah, 2 drastically different ways of discussing the program. I would think that, and we'll tie this in obviously to what they're replacing because we just saw these guys perform at the combine. But I would think, you mentioned last year easy money, and I agree with you. I'm not really a betting guy, but if I was. Or if I was doing a cut bet, 100% all day, give me the over.
Correct.
You would think going into this year that would be even easier for 2 reasons. One, because of everything we just mentioned last year, and you return a quarter. Anytime you return a quarterback, you generally have a chance. an elite quarterback. And then number two, how the season begins, because they don't open the season like, I don't know, in Columbus or against an SEC opponent or something like that. It's Virginia Tech and Atlanta, who most people think Carolina is better than them. SC State, Vanderbilt back-to-back at home. They go to Missouri. They come home for Kentucky. If you're going to have any sort of year next year that is going to be similar to what you just went through, coming out of that 5, you want to be 4-1, right? And then you look later on and you go, okay, well, I think Oklahoma is definitely going to be a better football team this year based on multiple things, but they do come to Columbia. You got Coastal, you got Clemson in Columbia. I don't know. I would think that it would be easier money if you were going to spend it on the over this go around than last go around. But what do I know?
I wouldn't argue with you. I mean, as you went through those first few games, I'm like, I'm more than halfway through my bet before we've even gotten to the midway point.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about 9 wins. We're talking about over 5.5 wins.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, we are not. Don't come back at us if you make that bet and you lose. We don't give gambling advice. You can call your boy Rafael Aspera. Maybe he'll give a strong take on that. But
let me ask you this:
on the surface, it feels like a pretty good bet.
All right, it's March 3rd, so this is like hot take question of the not even spring. How good is Alabama?
I think it's going to be one of the most fascinating stories of the upcoming season, Jamie. I just don't know. And I've got a couple of very good friends who are massive Alabama fans. They spend a lot of their hard-earned money going to Alabama road games, bowl games, playoff games. And these are not the trust fund. I've heard that term used. I think that's a Josh Pate term. These are people, in one case, a guy in his 50s, another case, a guy in his 40s. They've been around before Saban, so they didn't just become Alabama fans. They went to school there. They're lifelong Tide fans, and they do expect more than what they saw last year. Last year was massively unacceptable. A loss to Vanderbilt, massively unacceptable. The egg they laid against Oklahoma, massively unacceptable. Jalen Milroe, who, by the way, is still going to be drafted perhaps highly based on just raw talent, but he went from the game against Georgia, where if you handed out Heisman ballots the next day, he would have won it hands down, and then regressed. Now, obviously, a lot of that is on Jalen Milroe, but a lot of that is on your coaching staff. You're supposed to take a guy with that talent and groom him and take him to the next level and not watch him turn into an inferior product. So the jury is very much out on Kalen DeBoer, and he will not get a long leash. I will tell you that right now. Alabama is not above. Remember, there was a time where you never fired a coach before 5 years in, and then it became 4 years, and then all of a sudden a few teams are firing coaches after 3 years. And then Florida State, if I'm not mistaken, they fired Willie Taggart after 2 because that was just an abomination. Alabama's not above firing a coach after 2 years. They are not. So if you're Kalen DeBoer, you better figure some stuff out like now, like absolutely now.
I guess it goes, and look, it's Alabama, so they could turn around and finish the year 12-0, 13-0, and be the number 1 seed in the playoffs, et cetera, et cetera. But it also goes to show you how quickly this league can take you from the penthouse to the outhouse. I mean, it was just a year ago that Kalen DeBoer was considered by many maybe as the best coach in the country before he had even coached a game in Tuscaloosa. 1 year later, we're having this conversation, which is just baffling to me.
Well, and remember now, he was not, by any stretch of the imagination, their first choice. As you know, I like to say, Mike Norvell and perhaps some others, they didn't say no to the athletic director, who's actually very good at what he does. They said no to Alabama. They said, you know what? I get it. You're the best thing since sliced bread. I don't want to deal with the headaches. I'm good over here. Thanks, no thanks. You helped me get a raise. You helped me get a bigger buyout. In the case of Mike Norvell, he needed both. But I'm going to have to pass. And so Alabama wound up with Kalen DeBoer. And Kalen DeBoer had the resume. Make no mistake about it. Kalen DeBoer absolutely had the resume. But he was not their first choice. There were concerns. Here's a guy that's never spent extended time in the Southeast. His roots are not in that part of the country. He doesn't perhaps know some of the culture there and how to get players and how Nick did it. Nick had already been at LSU. So Nick could look across the way and say, Alabama, great job. And I know I've already got recruiting ties throughout the Southeast. I know how I'm going to turn that thing into a damn giant. And that's what he did. But he went to LSU first. Kalen DeBoer goes from the Pacific Northwest to Tuscaloosa. And I think a lot of people had concerns about at the very beginning. And now they are looking with a lot of trepidation when they watch what Alabama could potentially turn into. And for those that have short memories, pre-Saban, Alabama wasn't that great.
Yeah.
They were firing coaches on the regular. They were not playing for a lot of national championships at all. They were at times middle of the road in the SEC. Nick Saban is what turned Alabama into the standard. And then Georgia and Kirby took that blueprint, and he's kind of turned Georgia. I realize they didn't win it last year, but still, they're as consistently dominating as anybody. So Jamie, I think it's fascinating what is going to become of Alabama this year. This is why people like Paul Feinbaum are licking their chops, because they know it's going to make for great conversation, if nothing else.
Yeah, the secret line of the Feinbaum show is about to be heated up with Teeter and all the other nitwits that call in and say the same.
Hey,
crap
man,
over
this
and
is
over.
Badger. Yeah. Let me tell you, so I'm going to talk trash to the other caller, and then I'm going to look. I got a picture of me on TV.
Yeah,
I'm
Cat
important.
Daddy. Hey, Cat Daddy. For what it's worth, the trip to Columbia, South Carolina for the Tide. How about this? Now, they do get an off week after coming to Columbia, and then they host LSU. So they won't be looking ahead to LSU necessarily, but it does come after they host Tennessee. And you mentioned Norvell. They opened the season in Tallahassee. So there you go. Those were the guys that were kind of in that conversation to be the next head man. Florida State, Monroe, Wisconsin comes to town. You go to Georgia, you got Vanderbilt, and then you head to Missouri, and you do have an off week between the Wisconsin game and the Georgia game, naturally, of course. Oh, wait, y'all got to go to Athens? Alabama? Shoot, yeah. Give them an off week. Okay. But that slate there, I mean, Bama fans won't be happy if they're not 6-0, obviously, but they better be 5-1. I promise you that. You better be 5-1 before you get to Tennessee.
Well, I mean, in the you better than category, or you in the you better category, you better make the playoff virtually every year.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, like if
12 and now and going to 14, 16, if you don't make it, that is considered a massive failure at Alabama, especially when we get to 4 SEC teams every year are going to be a lock to get in.
Right. Well, it's very similar to like if Kentucky's not in the dance, or if pick your name in college baseball in this league, South Carolina, LSU, doesn't matter, you can say whoever. If they're not in the postseason in college baseball, you're looking around going,
yeah,
gone. You hear it. We've just been through all this.
Mm-hmm.
Alabama 12 is plenty for Alabama to be in the postseason in their mind.
And we've talked about this a bunch. Football is just set up to stay at the top much more than basketball and baseball, because the roster turnover in basketball, it shuffles. You see some of the problems UConn's having this year. They're not going to win it a third straight year. You look at all these programs rising from the ashes, Auburn, Alabama being national powers. Really? How did that happen? Well, it's basketball, and there's just more room for growth, and there's more room for new, fresh blood at the top. Baseball, all it takes is give me two of my starters to have Tommy John, and I'm going to suck. That's really like that. Sometimes it's all it takes.
Yeah.
You take 2/3 of my rotation, wipe them out with arm injuries. Boom. My dreams of going to Omaha, done, finished. We've seen that happen at Carolina. But football wise, I mean, barring your starting quarterback tearing his ACL in week 2, if you're the most talented roster in the sport, you're going to the playoff. If you're the second most talented roster in the sport, you're going to the playoff. And furthermore, when is the last time Georgia, Ohio State, Texas didn't have one of the top 10 most talented rosters in the sport? They have them every year.
Yeah.
It's just wash, rinse, repeat. That's the way college football is set up. That's why I just get a kick out of these guys, these national guys. An expanded playoff is awful. Why? Do you just want to see the same 5 teams in a 4-team playoff every year? Is that exciting to you? Right. You think that's good for the sport? Well, it's just a made-for-TV event, an invitational. Do you know what you speak of?
Yeah.
Do you know what you... I get it. You want to be a contrarian, hot take guy? Like, think about it. All these teams that never were even close to getting into the college football playoff last year had a shot at it, including Carolina, including Ole Miss, including SMU got in. We could disagree with it, but still, the fact that we are now at a point where it's more open to programs that are trying their damnedest, spending a lot of money, hiring the right coaches, doing everything they can in NIL, they now can say, yeah, well, at least we got a chance. Whereas before, it was just like, no, you don't. Have fun in the Outback Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
That's your high water mark.
Couldn't have said it any better myself. All right, we got what? You're welcome. We've got one more quick time out here. We're powered by Electric Bikes of Charleston, and we will come back and tie in the combine. Are we getting Phil? Are you and JC popping in today? That's custom
crosstalk,
now.
right? We got
last
I
few
love the
minutes.
crosstalk.
Yeah, is Phil there? Phil, somebody knock on Phil's door. Somebody wake him up. Oh, wait a second. We just gotta. Oh, okay. All right, we got
confirmation.
Confirmation from Founders Park. Okay.
And then Phil said, "Ma, the meatloaf," and then continued on.
I said, "Oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that."
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
Set up a screen, and it goes to Brewer. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Brewer, his second of the day. Pitches it to Brewer, turns the corner. Touchdown, number 3 of the afternoon.
Hey, folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right. You know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that, too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business, one of the best businesses in South Carolina. How do I know that? Well, for one, I'm actually a client of Ryan's. I had my home in Columbia done years ago, and his crew did an outstanding job, just as he does for everybody else. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience, and service, second to none. Ryan Brewer Fence has over 15 years of experience with consultation and installation of residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer. Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell them Mike sent you.
Our coverage of Gamecocks baseball is presented by Resto Pros of the Midlands and by Palm Casual Outdoor Furniture. Visit palmcasual.com to recreate your outdoor area today.
Happy National Anthem Day. We play the anthem every morning before this show comes on the air. Of course, we came on the air today, and Carolina swept this weekend by Clemson. We'll have plenty more reaction to that the rest of the week. But first, here, some reaction. Hello, Phil. He cut us off. He got tired of us talking. He said, "Nah, the hell with it. I'm hitting the button now."
Leslie, I was having some technical issues myself this morning, so I was working around that.
It's okay.
I've got it all settled now, fortunately, but had to run the first part of the show with 2 computers.
Phil's tipping his cap to Lamont and the Gamecocks this weekend beating Arkansas. He's dressed just like Lamont today.
Yeah, that's right. I mean,
the resemblance is uncanny.
So, who besides Eman Worry do y'all think improved their draft stock at the combine? We still have pro day to go, but
I'd say Demetrius Knight for sure. With
yes,
that 22 mile per hour 40.
Yes,
definitely helped himself. Yeah,
which is becoming for a lot of positions the new standard. I'm glad you mentioned that, Phil. The miles per hour. As opposed to, because most of these guys do not have a background in track. So when you're running 40, so much of it are track skills, how quickly you get out of the blocks. And like, that's not necessarily the best determiner of speed. Yeah, Josh Simon did have a good 40 and probably made some money with his time. I don't know about Rocket because if you look at where he ranks, I don't know if that really has changed a whole bunch. And of course, unless you're an Ashton Genty or maybe even a Marion Hampton of the Tar Heels, most running backs aren't going in the first 2 rounds anyway. Teams just say we'll scoop up a guy day 3, and so many NFL starting running backs are 4th round and below. So I don't know if I mean he didn't hurt himself, but I don't know if he went above the other guys, because there were some running backs that put up some ridiculous times as well.
Yeah, it's interesting.
What up, JC?
What up? Yeah, Rocket. I'm sorry, Phil.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, to kind of piggyback off of what Mike was saying, it's like, it's a shame that the 3 guys who really stood out at the combine, I mean, Nick Eman obviously is a freak and probably worked his way into the first round, but all traditional positions that you would have said would have been first round locks, but in today's game are not.
Right.
I mean, it really just, it's interesting. Like running backs, you take a first round flyer every once in a while, but they're going to have to be elite looking. Linebacker, I mean, that was the position I always dreamed about playing back in the day.
Yeah.
I mean,
I always wanted to be a linebacker.
I was a defensive guy, 6'2", 250. I could have done a good job.
Butkus, LT, Mullinax.
Yeah, that's right. But yeah, I mean, they have performed as well as they could, but the game itself may push them farther down than what their metrics would say.
I'll say this about Rocket: somebody's going to get a steal. I think the injury history is going to come back. Possibly some feedback from Arkansas when he was there will knock him down. Mike nailed it. The position value is not what it once was. I mean, if you think about the guys that have been drafted high at running back, it's Todd Gurley, Leonard Fournette, Robinson from the Falcons. Ashton Genty may go in the top 15, but it's just they use them up and spit them out. But what they're going to love about Rocket is he's a 3-down back. You don't have to put in a 3rd down back to catch passes out of the backfield when he's in such hands. He started his career as a receiver, and 4.47 was moving, and now he's about 16 pounds lighter than he played this year. But I think his speed at 230 on the field this year was not really in question. So he can do a lot of things. If he stays healthy, he'll have a good pro career. And I mean, man, Rico Dowdle was the starting running back for
I was just thinking the same
Dallas
thing.
Cowboys this year.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can go undrafted in a position. It works both ways. They're not getting the first round high pick bonuses and stuff like they once did, but even if you're not drafted at that spot, you can do some really good things. So
what it's all about at that position, can you get to that second contract?
Yeah.
Because a lot of teams will spend a 4th round pick on a running back. Oh, he's good. And then they'll run him like a rented mule. And then they look at it and they're like, how much mileage does he have left? Let's just dump him. We're not gonna spend this multi-million-dollar contract on a 27, 28-year-old running back with a ton of mileage.
And it's hurt some teams. Like the Bears got rid of David Montgomery, let him go to the Lions, and then they signed an old one-trick pony, DeAndre Swift, who's seen better days as their back, and then they couldn't block. But and Montgomery was really good. He went to the Lions and flourished. So sometimes it's the team too. But yeah, that's just the way that position goes these days. It's a beat you up, chew you up, spit you out type of thing. But I think somebody, Rocket goes third, fourth, fifth, somebody will get a steal. I think that guy's he's got a rare skill set, and had it not been for the injuries and stuff, I honestly think he may be a little higher, but
certainly missed him in the bowl game.
I
mean,
thanks, Mike.
Well, I mean, no, it's a compliment to Rocket. That was not the same looking offense.
Yeah.
And of course, Illinois had a game plan, knowing that, and basically said, "Go ahead, throw it on us. We'll take our chances. We don't have Rocket to worry about." So yeah, he was a weapon. Look, I don't know what the new crop's going to look like. JC, you're all over that, but there's a chance that Rocket Sanders will be missed next year. That was a talented guy.
Hey, Rico signed as a free agent, right?
Yeah, he's undrafted.
So.
Yeah, undrafted free agent. Yeah,
Now, Rocket will get drafted for sure. It'll just be later.
Well, I'm just looking at all the guys who had 1,000-yard seasons. I mean, you can't sit here and go through every tailback in the NFL, but there were 16 of them this year. James Cook and Joe Mixon were both second-rounders. Najee Harris was a first-rounder. Rico was undrafted free agent. Tony Pollard out of Memphis. Remember, he went in the 4th round.
Yep.
James Conner from Arizona was a 3rd-round pick from Pitt in 2017.
God,
battled cancer.
Beat cancer too.
Beat cancer. Yeah. Bucky Irving.
Purdue.
4th-round pick. Oregon,
that's right.
But he was a 4th-round pick.
They love him. Like Bucky Irvin has a burst that very few NFL running backs have. And they got him in, you said, the 4th round?
In the 4th round, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically become the dude in Tampa.
Aaron Jones was a 5th-round pick. Chuba Hubbard was a 4th-round pick. Kyron Williams was a 5th-round pick. These are all the guys who are in the top 10.
You don't need to spend a high draft pick to get a really good running back at the NFL level. And Bijan Robinsons don't come around often, and Ashton Genties don't come around often. But there's a ton of guys in that Rocket Sanders category that can produce at the NFL level that you don't have to reach high in the draft to get.
Yeah. I will say that, the best running backs in the league this year, largely 1st-round draft picks. Barkley, Robinson, Gibbs. Derrick Henry's still in there. Man, he's been around a long time.
This guy's unbelievable. We were all wrong about him.
2nd-round pick.
We had him as a 5-star, but we had him as an athlete. And I saw him at the Army game, and he cut and turned it upfield. And I was like, I'm wrong. I'm going to be wrong about this. You saw his shoulder pads go, and I was like, geez. Not a harder working recruit I've never covered a recruit that worked that hard, who's a 5-star known guy, offers from all over, who every time there was a 40 to be run, he ran 4 or 5. Every time there was a vertical, he jumped it and did 41 inches. Every time there was a shuttle, he ran it and did 3.8. You can imagine football folks were like, defensive end, But he was a running back all the way, and was a daggum good one, Heisman winner, and just keeps doing big things.
And he's the exception to the rule in that, how many years in the league now for him? It's got to be close to 10.
This has got to be his 9th, I think, coming up.
Yeah. So, I mean, most, especially big bruising backs like that, once you get to year 5, 6, 7, they're done.
He's the freak of all. I call him the freak of all freaks because that's exactly what he was.
That could have been Phil, 6'2", 250, but he didn't get there. You got to cut your mic on to talk, Phil.
All right, cool.
All right. Well,
yeah, I listened to the aftermath today on your show. It was interesting. So we got some other. Are
you fired up? Are you ready to talk about what happened this weekend?
No.
No,
I don't know much about it. I told somebody today I defer to Whittle and JB on the why. I just know nobody's really interested in watching a team that can't hit again for the whole spring.
It's a frustrating way to lose games.
That dude yesterday Clemson threw that guy that threw the 70-mile-per-hour slider over and over and over and over, like the same pitch over. I don't know. You guys tell me.
Jamie?
Hey, look, at some point in time, I think Grayson said it perfectly on TV. I was a sit on the fastball type guy. I'm just going to wait till you throw me a fastball generally. But when 9 out of 10 pitches they got a hook, I'm going to sit on one, and now that looks much more difficult to hit that in real life than it is watching it on TV. But these guys, they can hit it, and I didn't feel like they adjusted very well to it. But that's we're going to talk a lot about that this week, I promise you. We'll bring in the experts. Nobody wants to hear my opinion on that. All right, Mike, parting shots before we let these gentlemen take over, if you want to call them that. I don't know if that's a stretch or not, but they're gentlemen. They're gentlemen to me.
They're scholarly gentlemen.
We appreciate it.
They're scholarly gentlemen. I'm looking forward to the second half of the program with the JC Mad Dog dynamic duo. Isn't it weird? Like, we just have no football at all on the field, but I'm still just fascinated by the draft and how all that's going to go down. And of course, from a Carolina standpoint, good chance that a record is still going to be set in that category, which I think is only good for the program. Something else you brag about to potential recruits and portal transfer guys.
Yeah. Well, to counter Mike's point just a little bit here on the football note, and this will be my final nugget of the day. We're only 25 days away from the Houston Roughnecks and the St. Louis Battlehawks getting going in the
I just
UFL.
can't. Our guy who was on JC and Morgan a bunch, Tom Luganbill, does a great job on those broadcasts. He's one of the analysts. As a kid growing up, I actually would watch the USFL because I infatuated with pro football and couldn't get enough of it. But I have not watched 2 minutes of any of those games. I just can't. You got to remember, the USFL had Reggie White, Jim Kelly,
Herschel Walker,
Doug Flutie. Like you had Hall of Fame NFL players in that league. That's not what this is. This is at best a AAA version of the NFL, and maybe closer to AA, quite honestly. So, yeah, I'm having a hard time getting into it.
Well, I'm taking the Arlington Renegades because our buddy Scott Spurrier's on staff there. So go Renegades.
Okay. Hey, let me give one other parting shot. As I see the news has come down, Sean Murphy, broken bone, out 4 to 6 weeks for the Braves, coming off a bad year. I know we have a ton of Braves fans who listen to this show. Anytime you want to ask a Braves question or talk a little Braves, more than happy to do so. We got some versatility on this show.
We need to find a Braves guest.
But
you need to come down for a Braves game, JC. That's what you need to do.
JC, Mike almost just threw everything out the window for you. Sean Murphy is also a linebacker
for South Carolina.
Oh,
they got him from the portal. He was a
Bad.
He was a Saban kid at Bama, and last year.
No!
And he got to Florida State last year, got hurt, and was out for most of the year at Florida State. Came back at the end, had 15 tackles in 3 games. He's expected to contend for a starting job. And you roll that out there, my butt
different Sean Murphy, catcher,
sphincter withdrawal there.
A catcher.
That is Mike. He'll cut his mic.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, hold on
Mike
before Mike
the
scares everybody.
Shrinker.
That would not have been a parting shot if that actually was news. That might have led the show. So no, different, very, very different. Sean Murphy spells his name differently. Sean as opposed to Shawn. Glad we could clarify that.
For the audience doubting, look it up.
He's flexing that message board genius muscle there.
Yeah,
He's,
over.
he's creating his own content over there.
Don't loosen the rims on his GC.
That's right.
Oh, yeah. By the way, there's more intel on Rimgate. I don't know how deep you want to go into this, but I mean,
Oh my God, I heard that. I heard Whittle drop an S-bomb today.
Yeah, how about that?
Then somebody started making like a hoot noise. I don't know which one of you it was, but my stepson goes in the kitchen. He's like, "What in the hell is that noise?"
It's the burger. That's John's pet.
My oldest sounds like Mike Morgan when he talks. He's got a great radio voice. He's like, "What in the hell is that noise?"
I always knew I liked that kid.
Yeah.
But that's if you had over/under on S-bombs for the Monday show, Morgan, JB, Whittle, or JC Sherbert. Come on. Whittle's not.
Whittle would not even.
Whittle would not. Nobody's putting money on Whittle.
15-1 odds at least. I'd have lost.
Baseball brings it out in him, man. It really does.
I talked to him on the
That's his
phone
passion.
after the segment about another matter, and he's not happy. So,
Well, he's got to go to 56 games of watching a team that potentially doesn't hit the baseball. That's not fun for a beat reporter.
That's not the issue. You can work your way through that. The issue is having to get people off of bridges that are on your message board. They're literally typing things.
That's what makes it hard, right?
Like I can report, no problem.
Yeah,
talking the guy off the ledge is a little bit more of an issue.
I think Whittle's so immune to that now. He is seen. I love the sarcasm Whittle just throws out there. When you could tell when he's reached his breaking point on the message boards, and he's just like, you know what? Screw it all. Whatever you say. Yeah, you're right.
Sure. Yeah.
All right. All right, boys.
All right, we're cutting into your time. Go take it away.
Get out of here, yo. See y'all tomorrow.
See you guys.
Screamed in terror that fine day. Saw that purple wig and did not know what to say. It left me sort of startled and confused. Red lips and white makeup and those big old red shoes. But my daddy tore a knot in me for being so damn rude. He said, son, don't you know that clowns are people too? Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. I started watching Bozo and warmed to the movie It. Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me was a big hit. Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McCheese, but Ronald is my homeboy now, and Krusty and Pinky. Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Clowns are people too. Clowns are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns are people too.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the show, part of the Chief Sports Network.
Mad Dog's upstate raised and reared up near the tater patch. He flirted with that upstate team, now bleeds garnet and black. It's been almost 2 decades
JC started Big Spur. He may live outside of Chicago, but he's all Spartanburg. It's the show, the Gamecocks Show. ITG, Phil and JC, it's the show. It's fun and entertainment, but also information, things you cannot get on radio. It's the show. Gather around all you Gamecocks, it's the show. The show. Let's go. JC and Mad Dog Mully on the Gamecock Show.
Welcome in, everybody. It is Inside the Gamecocks, the show. Phil Mad Dog Mullinax here. JC Sherbert over there, coming off of a fun morning show. If you missed it, John Whittle broke down everything that happened on the baseball diamond this weekend. So no need to rehash all that when you can hear it from the best in the business. Check out the morning show for Whittle's interview. We'll have it posted up on our Chief Sports YouTube page here shortly after we get out. But JC, man, good to have you this morning. We got some legal topics on the docket, if you will, today.
Political, legal, yeah.
Like some administrative things. Yeah.
First of all, I want to get to look at the Nana Sports chat box.
Yes.
I want to say welcome back to Lance Player, our man. He's been on old El Paso for a while. Just down deep in the heart. That's way west Texas. That's near Las Cruces, New Mexico.
Las Cruces.
Mike Morgan and I talk about home of the original Kill Zone. Jerry Kill, the New Mexico State Aggies. So welcome home, Lance. Glad to have you back in the state of South Carolina, obviously. Remember old El Paso tacos?
Oh, yeah. Listen, I mean, that's what we do that. Well, not every week, but at least every other week we put on, you know, the old box taco night, man. You can't beat it.
I'm trying to get it to be a thing here, but Nat likes to make carnitas in the crock pot, and I mean, they're delicious, don't get me wrong. So that takes away Taco Tuesday, because it's really, because it's essentially a taco. So
yeah, the school district has screwed up Taco Tuesday for us, and pizza on Friday, because they serve tacos on Tuesday at lunch and pizza for lunch on Friday.
They should not mess with that. Yeah, they shouldn't mess with that stuff, man.
No. I have to rearrange my entire freaking weekly dinners.
Of course, the square pizza is almost, or the rectangular pizza, the school is almost a different cuisine than what you may get on a Friday night. Nevertheless, yeah, that old El Paso taco dinner, we used to get that a lot. Nana Sports chat box again. Cam asked if anybody's going to go to the Joe in Charleston Wednesday night. That'll be a pretty good game.
Yeah,
good chance for the Gamecocks to get back on track. Like I said during the kind of the changeover there, the crossover, fans aren't going to like. I mean, there's been so many light hitting teams since Tanner left at South Carolina. And Tanner's teams, like, you know, they had some sluggers, don't get me wrong, but some of them, you know, they'd go through hitting slumps as well. They lost some 1-0 games and stuff, but they always had a knack for the big hit at the right time. I think everybody needs to relax on the team. I'm talking players, not fans. Relax, go play your game. Stop putting ridiculous pressure on yourselves, and just go play. I mean, everybody on that team's played this game since they were knee high to a jackass, right? Most of them, you know, just go play the game. You know, I sound like what's that movie? The Legend of Bagger Vance. Just go play the game that you were born to play, the one you were put on this earth to play, Juna. I think they need some psychology like that, because that didn't look like a bunch of guys that were just not that talented that were suffering from a talent deficiency, that looked like some guys that were just had lost it.
Yeah.
Frankly, that it lost the ability, and in baseball mentally you go through that sometimes. So the good news is this happened this early. It's March 3rd. You got several games before SEC play starts. There's time to right the ship. There is some positives with some of the pitching. I'm a little concerned about the bullpen. And again, it gets into that mental competitiveness approach. Some of these guys were, like Whittle said on the air earlier, it was uncompetitive, Phil.
Yeah.
It was not competitive. And you don't need talent to compete, right? You don't need talent to go out there and relax and play your game and compete and understand, don't fall apart in key situations. And that's not what this program has been all about for years. Even in the lean years, you didn't always see it, but you saw signs of it. And, they just got to go play Gamecock baseball and let the chips fall where they may. And the good news is you got a Hall of Fame head coach.
Yeah.
And a guy that's been there before. Bobby mentions in the Nana Sports chat box, the boys felt super tight in the box all 3 games. Yes.
Yeah. Just didn't look as free and fun as usual.
Lance says it was a wild Army trip with great food. I mean, they do have good food out there. It's on the border. Lance says, I ate a West Texas tomahawk steak, and dang, everything really is bigger in Texas. That's what they say. Clint said, I posed the question on TBS yesterday about where we'd rank nationally as a program. The further away we get from Tanner's teams, the further down the totem pole we've dropped. Hard to fathom why. Yeah, and I always say team, program, job. I think the job is still one of the best in the country because of the support you get and the tradition and the access to talent and all that good stuff. I think the program has slipped. It's been 15 years or 14 years or 13 years since they've been in Omaha, 14 years since the national championship. But this program also has gone through stretches before 02. They hadn't made it to Omaha since 85 and kind of had to build it up. Now, along the way, there was an SEC championship and a 56-10 record and a near miss in the Supers out at Stanford. I mean, Tanner had it rolling quickly. 98, they were an NCAA tournament team. His first year was 97. I mean, he was there. But it's not impossible. I think program has slipped. I don't think you would say the program is up there, right now with the shape that it's in. The team, well, we'll determine that as the rest of the season goes.
Right.
But you're right, Clint. You do make a good point that the further you get from the glory days, the more your program slips. Job is job, program is program, team is team. And I mentioned that the other day, and it devolved into some debate about Texas or LSU baseball being the best job in the country. That was not my intention. There's just a difference, and that's going to be the subject of a episode of Coffee coming up too, because we're going to check in on football, job, program, team. Where is all that at right now? So, and Clint, I'll tell you this: some programs that have coaches that have crazy good, unprecedented success that change coaches. I wrote this on the Big Spur after Kingston got let go. The Gamecocks needed to kind of find their Gene Stallings. And I thought Maneri was that type of hire, older guy has, Gene Stallings hadn't won anywhere. He had a losing record at A&M and a losing record in the pros, and Bama hires him, and all of a sudden they win that national championship. And then it dipped again after Stallings left. And then they hired Nick Saban. So there's just, with college athletic programs, there's just sometimes the good one, even the good ones, the great jobs are trial and error. I think it's way too early to make there's some wild big picture takes about Paul Maneri out there that is, I don't know that. I mean, that's a concern. And I don't understand it in a lot of ways. I think people kind of apply a football mindset to a lot of things. For example, the critique of the hitting coach. Well, yeah, in football, you critique the offensive or defensive coordinator, right? Baseball is different. It's not, it's not the same thing, right?
Yeah, it's not like you're going out there running a set playbook, right?
Yeah, you don't have near as much control, and the head coach makes a lot of the call. If there's calls to be made, such as take or not take or send him, so it's a different sport. But I just think, just like in basketball, the players need to kind of gut check themselves.
Yeah.
And they'll be fine. Let the chips fall where they may. I can't guarantee this isn't going to be a disaster of a baseball season. I can't sit here right now based on what I've seen, not just in the Clemson game, but I'm not a baseball expert. I mean, there's a reason John Whittle is a little salty today. It's because he knows this team can do better. Right. I'll be very honest, and I hate to say this, and it's no offense to any of the players in the program or the coaches or anybody I know. Guess what? I turned the game off on Saturday, Phil. Guess what the score was?
What was it?
2-1.
Yeah.
Because no, I'm sorry. I didn't see Petrie's home run.
You missed it. It was still 2-0. Yeah.
I was just like, they're not going to compete at the plate today. And then yesterday, guess what the score was when I turned it off?
Was it 2-0?
1-0.
1-0. Yeah.
I mean,
1-0. Yeah.
and I love watching baseball and listening to it. So for me to go back to watching Reacher,
right,
it's a guilty pleasure of a show. It says something, and it's not any offense to anybody. I'm not giving up on anybody. I just can't watch that. And for some reason, I was like, I've seen this movie before. The season last year ended that way, in a 2-0. What was it? 2-0 loss to James Madison.
It was, yeah. It was a close game again. Yeah.
So we're going on 4 straight significant games as a program with the same issues at the plate. They just look like they've forgotten it. And it's rare for everybody to get in a funk, but nobody did much. I thought Jordan Carrion may give him a spark yesterday. He took one for a ride earlier than that. Was, and I understand people were out yesterday. I understand Kennedy Jones, and I apologize for those that listen to Coffee when I gave Paul Maneri credit for making lineup moves. I was like, hey, the bench is a powerful thing. I hadn't read the follow-up article, so I feel like a horse's ass for saying that, because obviously that wasn't the case. There were some injuries, but and I was wondering why you would put Kennedy Jones and Talmadge Leroy. I was like, what?
Why they wouldn't be in the lineup, even in a designated hitter spot?
So, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what needs to happen. I think obviously they got some time to figure it out. Oklahoma's really good, but guess what? Everybody in the SEC is going to be really good this year. Yeah. It's just like basketball, and just like football, really. Everybody's good in that sport as well. So we will see.
Well, it's an early reality check for this team. Like, oh, hey, listen, the competition is going to be this or better moving forward here, and after 6 more games. So here's the things you need to work on. I mean, like everybody said, this one series doesn't make or break your season, but you didn't like the way it went down over the weekend. You're leaving so many runners stranded, not just on base, but in scoring position, and just can't get them across the plate. And then, a couple of those games there in the late innings, it just blows up in your face. And, Clemson's able to find, barrel up balls and get, runs across and then, it's over. So, I mean, Becker didn't have his best outing, obviously, on Friday, but a little run support could settle that down. You can't wait 4 or 5 innings to score a run.
I thought when they put the 3 on the board, I was like, well, these guys are battling back. I mean, it was a bananas environment up there at Clemson, similar to kind of Carolina's environment in football, as far as being unique. I've never seen a marching band or a pep band. It was a pep band. It wasn't the full marching band.
Right. Yeah.
Phil knows the difference.
Yeah.
I've never seen a pep band at a college baseball game, but
no,
it's not a bad idea. They moved the bullpens and, they acted accordingly, about like how you'd expect. So, their team, their fans, and all of them, but that's fine. like I said, big picture wise, South Carolina still got nothing to prove in this series because every single time these two teams have met with something on the line since the early 80s, South Carolina hasn't even lost a game to these guys. Right. So, it's fine. They talk about the overall series. That overall series lead was largely built when Clemson was a military school, and South Carolina had not emphasized baseball whatsoever. When Carolina started emphasizing it, it tightened up. So it's a great rivalry. Hats off to them. They played well. They got a really good baseball team. I've always thought Eric Bakich is a good coach. If you could go to the national championship game in baseball at the University of Michigan, you're a good coach. I mean, because that's a cold weather school. They don't even get to be on the field this time of year,
Right, yeah.
I mean, you make it all the way to the final series in Omaha, that's saying something. Means you can find talent. And you look at how they've gotten some of those players on Clemson's roster. That's impressive. There's one guy that was D3, like a D3 All-American. They got guys from New Hampshire and New York. And so I don't know. Good job. Hats off to them. I don't want to sit here and praise them all day, though, because there's other topics to get to. But, Clint says we've had offensive issues for a while. It seems Monty has to take some of the brunt of that. Well, I don't know. I think you're just looking at the common denominator. The decider on offense last year was not Monty Lee.
Right.
It was the head coach. So whatever issues they had last year, I mean, I guess you could assign some of the blame. Everybody's responsible. But as Whittle said, he's kind of a proven commodity. I just think they're in a slump, and but hey, guess what? It's his job to get them out of it.
Yeah, that's right. That's the next step is you got to get him out of it.
Monty Lee's got to get him out. Monty Lee, Paul Maneri, whoever, they got to get him out of it. So Russell's like, I tortured myself listening to the whole game Saturday while painting my oldest daughter's room. I needed several cold pops afterward.
I know.
I actually abstained. Maybe that's why I turned it off.
Right. That way you wouldn't end up drinking this weekend.
I'm too sober to deal with this right now. Did want to go back because.
Oh, wait, hold on. We got one to go back to with Cam.
Cam had an announcement. Yeah, that's what I was going to say before we had to break. Cam says, very proud to announce we have a Gamecock in my household now. My stepdaughter was officially accepted to the University of South Carolina. We're very proud of her.
Awesome.
I'm very proud and happy for you, Cam. You got a wonderful family. I see your post on Facebook all the time with you and your fam. You're a very good person and a lucky man to have such a good group there, and couldn't be happier for you. And I'll send that on behalf of my wife, Nat, too. So that's outstanding. It's always good when the kids, stepkids, whatever. I got 2 stepkids, so I'm always happy when they do well. And I probably would have a few beers if my youngest decided A, he wanted to go to Carolina, and B, got into Carolina. That would be a good day. So yeah. I know how you go there. So that's awesome. But anyway, well, we talked about baseball for 30 minutes.
There, good. We got that out of the way.
Before we hit the break, on the other side, Shane Beamer is going to Washington. Mr. Beamer goes to Washington. How about that? I think that's a meme. He's going to testify before a House subcommittee on commerce, along with a bunch of other people, including Justin Falcinelli, who played at Clemson as an offensive lineman, on the subject of NIL. So we'll see kind of what goes on there. I'm going to talk about that and kind of the ramifications as far as where we're at with the federal government getting involved with that. Every day that passes, folks, I'll tell you this. I'm beginning to think that Congress has to save this thing because there's too many people that have very different ideas as far as what to do and the right thing to do. And then you have litigation, and the courts really almost universally aren't ruling in favor of the colleges or the NCAA. So I've got a couple of thoughts about that. We'll also talk about blue bloods and why people need to stop being afraid. God. Every day I read, well, if they change it, they're just going to go back to cheating. And I'm like, these folks keep saying this over and over again, Phil. They're ignoring the progress South Carolina's made.
Right.
South Carolina didn't just luck up last year. And their luck was crappy. I'm not going to use Whittle's word. their luck was they didn't have luck last year. They lost to Alabama like they did. They lost to LSU like they did. You know, I don't see where luck was even involved with last season's football performance. You know, they didn't just get lucky. They had really good players, and they have a system to get there. So we're going to talk about that and kind of what exactly is going on, because and I'm not mad at anybody. There's a lot of negative feelings that are unfounded. It's almost like a paranoia. I don't know. That's not healthy, not good. So I'm going to try to explain it. I know it probably won't help, but we'll see what happens. And finally, I want to tell you about a new sponsor for us here on Coffee, sponsor on the Big Spur, on Coffee, on the show. I'm calling it Faith, Freedom, and Forever to Thee. This company, Palmetto Golf and Belt, www.palmettogolfing.com. Phil, I'm going to send you the link. You can put it in the chat box. You know those high-end, handmade, woven belts with the Palmetto and Crescent and stuff like that on them? Yeah. They make those, and they're sweet. They make golf towels. They're sweet. Those normally run you about $150 at your high-end men's clothing stores. They got it from $99. PalmettoGolfing.com. Gamecock owned and operated. They do sell Clemson stuff too, but a man's got to make a buck, and money's green. But did want to say PalmettoGolfing.com. We're very happy with them being on board as a sponsor of Coffee, the show, and also the stuff I do on thebigspur.com. Good guy there that just came on board, so check all that out. We'll be back after these messages as the show rolls on a Monday.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more. Welcome to Palm Casual Patio Furniture. Because we are the factory, Palm Casual has the ability to offer the highest quality outdoor furniture paired with world-class service. Since 1979, our factory showrooms have done our best to make the buying process as easy as possible for our customers. Our understanding of the many factors that go into your decision has helped us create our 30-day trial period that increases the level of comfort our customers feel during the shopping experience. Visit us in Somerville, Mount Pleasant, Myrtle Beach, and Bluffton, and online at palmcasual.com for our products and out-of-state locations. Go Gamecocks! Welcome home. That's what the Gamecocks say, and so does nationally recognized the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com, thebarndominiumco.com.
Are back inside the Gamecocks The Show. JC Sherbert, Phil Mullinax in here with you. What do we got queued up here? Mr. Beamer goes to Washington, right? This is like has he been there before talking about this? I know he has at the state. But I want to say like a couple of years ago he did head. He was at a congressional hearing.
Yeah, I think he hadn't testified.
Okay,
before Congress. I know Lindsey Graham has been working on this too, along with Ted Cruz, and I'm glad Beamer's going up there. Beamer's a smart guy. He understands the balance of all this stuff. I think you are going to hear if he says something about the system, being too much and out of control. Some people are going to use that whole poverty program term. The people that say that are stupid. They don't understand anything about football. They understand it's like money, 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 money. And that's why Ohio State winning the national championship was a bit unfortunate because people, they just look, national championship, 20 million. That's what it takes. And it's like the same people that thought that Alabama being the number one recruiting team in the country is why they won. Just ignore the player development that Nick Saban does and the proven track record there. Ignore the fact that they would identify 5 stars before they were 5 stars. Ignore the fact that they were an NFL pipeline. Ignore the fact they hired good coaches and made good coaching decisions and Saban adapted and all this stuff. They still didn't win it every single year. There were schools that recruited at that level on paper that would go 5-7. So it's the same concept of, now look, you don't need to be short. I mean, you need to be at the level of everybody else. You can't sit there when everybody's got about 15 million and spend 7. I mean, unless you just have a special group. But 7, what 7 will get you is maybe some new players that you can go find and a roster and all that. 7's not going to let you keep guys. And that's what Ohio State mostly did with their money. They got Judkins and the safety and the quarterback. Obviously, the quarterback he wasn't like necessarily a huge expense, but that they spent 20 million largely on guys that were like 6th and 7th round draft picks at best, not going pro early, and that matters too. And that's a lot of where South Carolina's resources have gone for 2025, and that's fine because they got good players. Yeah. So
no surprise though that the narrative coming out of last season would be one that is lazy and incomplete, seeing as how that really was a theme for a lot of football coverage from about this time last year through the end of the season. Very lazy journalism.
Well, there's no journalism that really takes place. Brett McMurphy actually does reporting now. I can't stand his commentary because it's not even serious. He's just an SEC hater that puts snarky comments during games to needle people, but he's the best newsbreaker there is. Ross Dellinger, also a reporter. Andy Staples, also a good reporter. Those are about the only 3. I mean, I have respect for some of the other guys, but a lot of it's narrative pushing. And, I quit calling myself a journalist.
Yeah. I don't want to be associated with that. Technically you're not, right?
Well, no, I mean, I try to do this. I mean, just journalism in general is, I don't want to be associated with that kind of label because it's negative. It's not who I am as a person, but I just try to be fair. Have you noticed? I mean, even if I'm wrong, I'm usually wrong, but fair, hell, I'm fair to Clemson. I'm fair to everybody because if you're not fair, you don't have who would listen to you, right?
Yeah.
And so a lot of things I disagree with. People, somebody used the old sunshine pumper phrase on me today on the message board, and I was like, he thought I was saying Big Tree would not start on stupid conversation, and I was like, because he was like, it's now or never for Big Tree because he was such a great recruit, and I was like, it has nothing to do with what kind of recruit he was. He was a low 4-star. And Carolina beat Maryland on him. What does matter is he was really good as a true freshman. And when he came in and saved the day this year at left tackle, he was really good. He's one of the best on the team. I've said that over and over. And he thought I was talking about like, well, it'll be bad if he doesn't start. And I'm like, why are we talking about this hypothetical?
Yeah, right.
Probably will be, or maybe it won't be. If there's somebody better than him, Carolina should have a good offensive line, Cam asked in the Nana Sports chat box, did Big Tree have a red shirt last year? Yes, he did.
Mm-hmm.
So, the narrative pushing and stuff with the money. I think I'll maintain this. The other sports, I'm not so sure about with regards to baseball and basketball, as far as can you pay too much? Basketball, a lot of your one and done guys are guys that have NBA potential. Basketball salaries in the NBA are so high. I mean, they're stupid. Those guys get paid.
Right.
They have a lot of individual value. There's only 13 on a roster. Franchises make money. So you have a lot of guys that, did I answer your question, Cam? Yes. Big Tree did redshirt last year.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of those guys make money. So they're like 9 months away from being millionaires.
Mm.
So there is some financial expectation. And some of these guys have been getting paid for a while. One basketball player can really make a difference. It didn't for South Carolina this year. They had a really good one really good player. Shout out to Lamont Paris. But if you watched Arkansas play this past weekend, and I know Carolina, messed with the rims. I'm just kidding. I heard that segment. Mike Morgan pointed that out. I was like, whoa. Say there's sometimes with both basketball teams, and there's been more dismal shooting performances at the CLA than good ones.
Right.
Through the years. So I don't know if it has anything to do with the court or not, but anyway, Arkansas's got the highest. I mean, everybody's got a pretty good NIL budget. Although on ESPN.com last week, they reported that Oklahoma was lacking. LSU was lacking. They're going to try to boost those up for those schools. They'll be boosting at Carolina. Nobody's got more than Arkansas, and then Kentucky. You paid all that money to do what? Yeah. You're better than last year, but where you just kind of had a situation that fallen apart, but those other Musselman teams were better than what Calipari's put on the court. I just, you got a lot of guys that play like they make a lot of money. It's an NBA team.
Right.
And I'm not going to get into the NBA though. So Beamer's going to Washington. And I think that, and I never thought I would look at something that Senator Ted Cruz and Senator Richard Blumenthal were working on, a bipartisan piece of legislation, and say, get behind that. I think they've got the best plan. There's some other plans out there that I kind of sounds crazy to say. I trust Ted Cruz and Blumenthal to get it done more than maybe some of the people in the House, just because Ted Cruz is a huge sports fan. He's an Aggie. So he's a diehard Texas A&M Aggie. Those people they know the lay of the land, so to speak. You have someone, and he's highly intelligent, whether you agree with him or not. I went through a period where I couldn't stand him, just to be honest, before he ran for president. But, I think he's got, I think they've got the right plan. And Blumenthal, politically, I'm not even going to talk about it.
Yeah.
However, or his nickname. But those guys work well together on this kind of subject. It makes sense. There's some give and take. Now here's the thing. I don't think that, I think what they need to do is give the NCAA some an antitrust exemption. They do that for Major League Baseball. They've done it for almost 100 years. The other pro sports, not so much. I just think you got to go and call it what it is. Let's live in reality for a change. College sports is unique and fundamentally different and part of who we are as a country. Like it, love it, want some more of it, whatever your political persuasion is. Even if you don't like sports, it's part of the country's fabric. It's part of who we are as Americans. You do not want this to go blow up and go away. And they're speeding down the tracks of alienating what makes the sport great, which is the diehard fans that have, through generations, have, made these schools have these massive, valuable brands that fund the whole thing. Fans fund it, folks. You guys fund the thing. If it's not for you, you're going to go away. And so I think that's what they're looking for. Now this is with the House and the guy, the congressman, gosh, Phil, I don't know if you can look up his name. He's from coast of Florida. Bill, it's a funny last name. Anyway, he's a Republican, and he had a bill that he wrote with some Democrats. And I don't like that bill as much, to be honest with you. And please, for the love of God, keep Tommy Tuberville away. And that's from a Gamecock perspective, because what Tommy Tuberville wants to do is for it to go back to the old days, where, his whole thing's the transfer portal. You can't leave. The transfer portal has elevated 4 programs in the SEC on its face. Those programs are Vanderbilt, South Carolina, Missouri, and Ole Miss. Go look at the history of those 4 programs in the Southeastern Conference. Tell me that hadn't helped Clark Lee and Shane Beamer and Eli Drinkwitz and Lane Kiffin at those schools. It has. I don't think any Gamecock wants to go back to the old days, where you don't have access to talent and other schools just squeeze you out because they're throwing everything under the sun at high school players. And then you have no chance to recoup those guys unless you go JUCO. And that's a mixed bag, as we all saw. So I don't think any Gamecock wants the transfer portal to go away. It's not that Carolina totally relies on it, but that's a key, just like I've mentioned, just like Ray Tanner and the JUCOs back when he built the baseball program, Phil. That's a way to fill a gap, if you're missing somebody. And I'm not so sure, it's not an ongoing thing, because if you look at the 2024 class at Carolina, which I love, I have another winter outlook on Michael Smith, the tight end, up on thebigspur.com for members. I love it. I think I think not only players that have come and gone like Kyle Kennard and Rocket Sanders, but guys that they got from the freshman ranks, Dylan Stewart's, and you got Dylan Stewart, Josiah Thompson to start with. Not to mention Fred Johnson, Michael Smith. You've got Cam Pringle on the offensive line. It's a small but mighty class, high school wise.
Yeah.
And then with that class, you sit there and you go back to this Ford portal class, Phil, and you've got 3 guys from the 2024 class: Justin Okoronkwo, Jalen Brown, and Aaron Noland. Now, if those 3 guys had come with the 2024 class, I think a lot of people would have been even more excited. So, but anyway, so this Congress, so we don't want to go back to the Tommy Tuberville days. What I think is good for South Carolina, and I think this is good for the game, is to have some sort of revenue sharing with a cap that increases as the revenue increases, which it will. To be fair, I don't think Title IX is a part of this at all. I think that's dumb. I think it's intellectually dishonest to include that in Title IX, because it's not educational expenses. Those are scholarships. That's Alston money, like the Supreme Court ruled on, because that's academic money. That's funding of your program. That's facilities. All that stuff has to be equal under Title IX. And I agree with that. That's fine. That's higher education in our country. This is like bonus money. And that's what everybody was fighting for. The athletes deserve part of the money. Okay, well, who's bringing it in? Right? So I don't think Title IX is a part of it. And I'm hopeful that that's not a deal breaker for people on the left end of things, because that Cruz isn't going for that. But so do we find the congressman there?
It's I did. It's Gus Bilirakis. Bilirakis. Yeah, from Florida. He and Chairman Guthrie are putting something together. I think they're the ones heading the committee meeting, actually.
Yeah. And so Shane Beamer is going to go before the committee along with Justin Falsinelli and then some other noteworthy people. And so here's number one. I am fascinated. Number one, hats off to Shane Beamer for being involved. I mean, testifying in front of Congress is an honor, really.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, I should text him and say, hey, don't say as well so much. Because that's like my and you
Oh,
know.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
like
right.
I say
Right.
as well. I'm teasing, but
I've
but he
been as
does
a
throw the as well out a lot. He threw a double as well out in a recent press conference
as well.
I was like, this is kind of a new thing, right?
I mean, but anytime you get national eyes on you and you're South Carolina, it's a good thing. I mean, this will continue. And because now and he should be, I think, in this conversation, because when he took over the reins of this program in 21, he showed himself to be a very adept player in the new landscape of football. So his opinion should matter a lot and should be one that is heard if they're going to try to define some of these boundaries here at the congressional level.
Yeah, because he's lived it, man.
Yeah.
I mean, he's lived it, and he's such a smart person too, that I think it's a great spokesman. It's also good, exposure. Here's, the governing body for the entire country having Shane Beamer up to talk about a critical part of the sport.
Yeah.
And so I think that's good for Carolina. I also think it's a landmine, because that's of how do I explain Washington? And it's not that anybody doesn't know. That is a garbage bag full of pit vipers being dumped on your head.
Right.
Because these people will sit there and listen to it. And if you say anything that they can possibly twist into not aligning with your worldview and doctrine or ideology, they'll flat out trash you and call and accuse you of being everything under the sun. It's a landmine for a college coach, a sitting college coach. Nick Saban, when he testified, he had already retired and he didn't give a damn.
Right.
He's Nick Saban. I mean, I'm Rick James. I'm Nick Saban. So I hope he does well, and I'll be watching, and I gotta see where I can get it, like C-SPAN. I guess they do it on YouTube or something, but and I'm curious to see what he has to say and what the committee has to say about NIL and stuff. I mean, he's talked about it at South Carolina before, but hasn't really, he hasn't really gone into in depth about it. I know kind of, from behind the scenes chatter how he feels about it, and he's not against it at all. He's like most everybody else, be like, well, this is not good for the game. I think it's actually better for South Carolina than it is for the game of football, because you sort of have players that are maybe a little bit, more hyped or talented that eliminate themselves from South Carolina, and they're so big on like recruiting the right types of guys. I'm not saying that can't blow up in your face, because so was Lamont Paris up until last year. And I'm not saying those aren't the right types of guys character-wise that are on the basketball team. I'm saying as basketball players, it's not a fit. Especially if you want to beat good teams in close manners. But and it can blow up on you. Don't get me wrong, but I think he's been here long enough. There's a track record of, by and large, with a few apples that spoiled some of the bunch, they've been okay, and they're to the point now where they're able to retain players, right?
Mm-hmm.
And be competitive in that way. And South Carolina was a bad call away from, again, I'll repeat this, not only being in the first 12-team playoff, Phil, but playing in Atlanta for the SEC championship game for the second time in school history.
Right. Yeah.
The bowl game aside, because the bowl game counts on your record. You can't just forget about it. I'm not trying to, but there's only been 5 teams in the history of the program, 1984 and then 2010 through 13, where South Carolina won at least 9 games in the regular season. Now, Holtz had a 9-win season. Will Muschamp had a 9-win season. Those are all largely because those are because of bowl wins.
Yeah, they had to win the bowl to get
in Tampa,
there. Yeah.
You know. But Spurrier got 10 regular season in 3 straight years. And who's to say in 2001 that Holtz wouldn't have had 9 in the regular season, because they would have probably just added a cupcake onto that. But
yeah.
So I think that that's good. And so this program's close. And a lot of it's been because of roster construction and the ability to get it. So I think he's earned the benefit of the doubt, but it's going to be interesting to see what he says in front of Congress. And I will tell you on the other side of the break, and we'll put this puppy to bed, why Congress may be our last hope. Ugh. I shudder to say that in college sports. It's because of a little thing called litigation.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll be back. Want to say shout out to Palm Casual. I know Mike Morgan and Jamie Bradford are enjoying their Palm Casual furniture. It's too cold for me to at this point. But most of you live in warmer climates, except the queen of the cocks who lives in Missouri. But it's cold there too, like it is in Illinois. We'll be right back. Final hour of Inside the Gamecocks Show on Reflection Monday. We'll be back.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting: hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Hey Gamecock Nation, my name is Kyle, longtime listener of the show and avid golfer. I wanted to take my game to the next level, but let's face it, golf is a hard game to learn on your own. I heard the ad from McKellar Enterprises and reached out to the owner and former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. In just 2 months of working with Meredith, I shot my lowest round ever, and I've never felt more confident in my golf game. So if you're looking to take your game to the next level, go to McKellarEnterprises.org and book your lesson today with former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. Go Gamecocks.
Think about that old ride of yours. The carpools, the road trips, the heavy hauls, date nights, and the dings and the dents and the sticky spills and cracker crumbs, and that smell that really never goes away. Do you really want to start the new year in the same old ride? Or is it time for a fresh start? Now's the time for incredible New Year's savings at Love Chevrolet on the entire lineup of award-winning vehicles. Love has more new Chevys on the lot than any other dealer in the Midlands, in the color, style, features you've been looking for. With New Year's savings and Love's famous low price guarantee, your new ride in 25 will be invigorating, exhilarating, and affordable too. South Carolina's #1 volume Chevy dealer, I-26 at Harbison, and online at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks The Show. Second hour of the show, final hour of the day on the Chief Sports Network stream, talking about NIL and Coach Beamer's trip up to Congress. JC, I'm kind of like you, man. I shudder to think anytime that this thought crosses my head, but it's like, I think you're going to have to get Congress involved, because until you do, it's going to be lawsuit after lawsuit and district after district for the judiciary from different I mean, it's going to come from all over the place. State laws are going to get involved. There needs to be some overall guidance put into the system right now that has a bit more teeth than just the NCAA, because as we've seen, anytime the NCAA makes a move, there's 100 lawsuits that get, thrown out there. Hyperbole, obviously, but at least one or two. And what that will do is, like, the practical realization of what's going to happen there is everybody's got their mind set on July 1st as being this day. But next thing you know, you've got a lawsuit put out there. And then there's an injunction. And then it goes to the appeals level and the injunction's removed. So now, oh, wait, we're going again. Oh, no, wait. Nope. One of the other districts, some other school in some other congressional or in some other judicial district has filed another lawsuit. So now there's another injunction. So nobody can get going. There's no start. It's all start, stop, square one. Oh, wait, 10 steps ahead. Nope. Back to square one. And you can't run anything like that. Much less this machine that it's turned into for college sports.
This is not Smokey. It's college football. There are rules.
There are rules.
I mean, doesn't anybody give a damn about the rules? Anyway, Big Lebowski reference there. I know one of Phil and his lovely wife's favorite movies. Yeah, litigation, man. You're right. And it's like everything else in our country. I don't even know that half the people know the laws. It used to be Congress made laws in our country. They don't want to do it anymore. Why? Because they're worried about getting reelected. They spend all their time campaigning, especially in the House.
Yeah, between campaigning and making budgets. That's all they do, it seems like.
They can't make it. The budget process is beyond ridiculous. I mean, and I get it. It's a big country and you're dealing with a lot of needs and things like that. But, they have largely punted a lot to the executive branch, which I don't like at all. I mean, no matter who's in office.
Right.
Because there's no stability. Things change. So things change dramatically from administration. And again, just in like not just sports, but life, how can you get anything rolling if everything's going to change administration to administration with as polarized as everything is? So there needs to be some laws on the books and settle it, right? Settle the matter. But ever since the Austin case, and some people get this confused, Phil, people think, remember the Supreme Court said 9-0. They voted against the NCAA. Some people think that's because of NIL. That wasn't. The NCAA was like, we're going to lose the NIL case, the O'Bannon case. So we're just gonna go ahead and let them do it. All they had to do back in the day is say, all right, you get money for the game to use your name, image, and likeness. And the game paid what, $500 a player? Some players got a little more because they were on the cover.
Right. Yeah.
All you had to do was do that. Back then, there would have been no O'Bannon case.
Right.
How stupid or how dumb is the leadership of the NCAA? And the NCAA is a good subject because it's going to bring me to my next point. So litigation, we're going to have endless litigation, and from the Title IX zealots that want to, the same people that acted like these athletes were indentured servants, and they deserve all this money. The same people that demanded that had no sense of the value of the individual player. Now they want all the athletes, even the ones that don't, whose sport is largely funded by the revenue sports, right? They're screaming Title IX. That's all that good stuff. So it's going to be litigated out the bahunkas. And the courts, ever since that 9-0 decision by the Supreme Court, which was not about NIL, Phil, it was about academic money the NCAA was squabbling about.
Right.
the Austin money. That's for academic expenses. And they were like, no, you can't do that, guy. And it gets all the way to the Supreme Court. And they're like, you're crazy. And by the way, your business model sucks. And don't come back here with anything. We don't want to see you again. Oh, no, guy. You know? So
which is fine, because if it falls under educational expenses,
Title IX applies.
Then, yeah, we already have guidance there. The Department of Education has the purview at that point at the federal level, even if you just look at it from its most basic function. However, there is nothing right now in place that could dictate where these dollars get spent, even though they are, at the university, but this is all from outside sources of income. This is not in the regular educational budget.
No,
no.
not.
So it, therefore, if you connect the dots, should be outside of the purview of the Department of Education. The problem with that is, until the legislature does something about it, then any of the federal agencies under the executive can do essentially whatever they want until it gets tested in court. So again, more litigation, right? It's just back and forth.
The winner in all this are lawyers. I mean,
yes,
their fees must be astronomical. But yeah, I think Congress has to act at some point. Will they? That's the question.
Yeah.
Is it pressing? I feel, and again, I can't believe I'm saying that. I feel good that Ted Cruz, under this administration, I feel good that that Ted is kind of leading it up, because I think the president will sign it. This president will sign it if Cruz is the one doing it. And like I said, he's a smart guy. He's got some influence, and believe it or not, on certain subjects, he can work across the aisle. He's on the transportation committee, and he and Tammy Duckworth from Illinois are about as far apart politically as Joseph Stalin and Milton Friedman, but or Karl Marx and Milton Friedman. But she, when the plane crash happened in DC, unfortunately, they worked together to figure it out, and they're fine. So I'll see sort of what happens there. Kreger from the Nana Sports Chat Box says, who determines fair market value when it comes to paying players? That can be very controversial. If it's not evenly applied with numbers to back it up, yes. Now, there's going to be, unfortunately, it's not going to be even, because market value is different in Oxford, Mississippi than it is in Columbia, South Carolina, and it's different in Los Angeles, California than it is in Columbia, South Carolina. That said, value also depends on the player and also depends on the profile of the program. A lot of folks believe that, Georgia being close to Atlanta will benefit. And maybe they do. There's a lot of dogs in Atlanta, right? Atlanta's a big market. But the Atlanta ad dollar with sports endorsements is divided quite a bit with the pro sports in that town and in other colleges and things like that. So don't just think the dogs are going to be rolling in cash. Same thing with, a place like Alabama is uniquely situated because Birmingham is a bigger city and there's no pro sports. Austin, Texas would be a good spot. Los Angeles, you probably will get more out there just because it's a large media market. Same with Rutgers,
right,
in New York. But how much, when you're talking about marketing dollars, how much are these companies really going to fork out for a Rutgers football player in New York City? It's not going to really move the needle. It's not. And when you get into like big boy business decisions, that's what it's based on. And I think, will there be some things fans cry about being unfair, Craig? Absolutely. That's just the nature of it. Unless everybody got the same and that was it, they would cry foul. And even if everybody got the same, you'd still see people accusing other schools of cheating. And this brings me to my next point. Gamecock fans, please, love you guys. Those of you that are looking at this new world and going, the big brands are still going to cheat, and all that's going to happen if they cap it's the bag man's coming back. I'm going to say this again. The bag man's not coming back. It's unrealistic. You're thinking, you got to think about this, right? The bagman days, top of the line players, best in the country, maybe $100 and something thousand for their whole career. Now that's a second teamer in a lot of cases.
Now that's what they get paid per game.
So, yeah, some
right.
guys do. So the money is just so much larger with NIL. And then the idea with the NIL stuff too is if they regulate it, that's booster money can't be used. You can't have a guy write a check like you can to the collectives. I'm just going to write this check and you guys spend it however you want. Now it has, collectives will have to make money that they pay back out through memberships and things like that, and business partnerships like GamecockCoffee.com. Shameless plug. Sales have picked up a bit on that, but you're going to have to make money that way. But the bagmen aren't going to come back because if you, like I said, if you read the SB Nation article about the bagmen, that was largely true with the how, as far as how that's done. It's not the big time booster. It's not Jimmy Haslam at Tennessee writing a check for or bringing McDonald's bags of cash to recruits. And that's not who does that. It's the folks with some disposable income. They don't sit in the luxury box with the president and AD. They have good season. They largely keep to themselves. They're probably successful business owners somewhere, something like that. Usually in a business that's deals in cash. And they go take care of it that way. Now, if you're talking about any kind of money that will make a difference, millions of dollars, how are you really going to do that in cash without some kind of like money laundering situation coming
there
up?
Will be red flags along the way, right?
Also, keep in mind here too, if Congress passes a law, and even if they don't, if the House settlement holds, these guys were fine with getting in trouble with the NCAA and that bunch of mall cops, right? They didn't have subpoena power. You just lie to them. Who cares? Oh, you're disassociated with the program because we think you did something wrong. Fine, screw you. Doesn't affect their life. Their car dealership or whatever they have, whatever kind of business, it's still going. They laugh about it and sneak into the games, right? Nobody's going to arrest them for sitting in the stands. You violate federal law, guess what? That could be your butt. They do have subpoena power. They can trace every dollar. They can trace it back to you. You can be put in jail. Nobody's going to risk that for college football, folks.
No.
Nobody. No, I don't care how. I mean, even the guy that passed away recently that poisoned the tree.
Yes.
Now that first of all, that guy doesn't have millions of dollars. I guarantee you. He should have had a better lawyer. Second of all, that type of mindset fan, that guy's not even that. You're powerless to do it because you can't put that much money together. Even in a place like Texas A&M, to really get enough together to make a difference with that kind of situation is unrealistic. What they're going to do with the big money schools is they're going to backstop the revenue share. In other words, they're going to say, all right, we're going to donate 20 mil. That'll to cover coaches' salaries, facilities, payments, other sports, the stuff they do, the stuff big money boosters do. And then that way the TV money can go to revenue share, but conferences aren't going to let one school spend more than the other. So then you go to NIL, and there's this irrational fear that, they're just going to pay double now, and whatever money they paid in NIL is going to add on top of that. How about no? Because those dollars that we're feeding the collectives are now just good. It's donor money. That's why everybody was front loading deals before July 1st. And July 1st is kind of an imaginary date now, Phil, because in April, the judge has to give final approval, and there's people griping about it. Krager says Harvey Updike. That's right, the Updikes.
Yep.
For years, Auburn fans call Bama fans Bammers. And Alabama fans call them Barners. All barn. And for years, they just started calling them the Updikes. I love that. The Updikes up there in Tuscaloosa. So anyway, it's more unrealistic for that to happen than just about any of this other stuff.
Yeah.
Right? So don't sit there and go. And yes, schools that have more resources, they've always had more resources. They're going to have more resources. The school that has somebody on the message board today said, well, JC, the Yankees and Dodgers win because they spend the most money. This isn't Major League Baseball, and they don't always win.
No, right.
Largely because it's baseball, but they don't always win, and they're not going to, it won't be that way. Pro sports is different. And then when you circle it all back, again, baseball and basketball could be different, Phil. In football, here's another thing, and the 11 guys at the combine should tell you this. It's not like it was a great year around the SEC in South Carolina. Whenever you have rankings like this, they finished 8th in the SEC, so that's good for little old South Carolina. They had a really good year, and they'll go back to 14th or 15th. The South Carolina was tied for 4th in the country. Now, there were 2 SEC schools ahead of them. Texas and Georgia tied at the top. Texas and Georgia should tie at the top. Ole Miss was tied for 4th with the Gamecocks. Ohio State was 3rd. Ole Miss, I think all 11 of their guys, I think Darren told us, was all of them were from the portal. Carolina had a nice mix. So I would just encourage everybody to understand like the reality of where football's at right now, at this moment. I can't guarantee anything for next season. I don't know. Maybe it all falls apart. But I'm saying right now, all of this chaos, South Carolina has weathered the storm, weathered some unfortunate departures, gotten their act together as far as money goes, gotten the support there to do it, and they're ready to compete in this new era, probably more than they ever have been, because they have a coaching staff that understands football's developmental. No matter how well you recruit, you can't go recruit. Alabama would have never won under Nick Saban if they went and recruited all these 5-star guys and they never developed them, or they paid them a butt. That's why Saban got out, because his secret sauce was about to change its formula a little bit, right? Because he understands when you hand millions of dollars to like high school kids, basically freshmen, how hard are they going to work? And you still have to work hard to succeed in football. Nobody's ready to step on the field and rock and roll without work. Even Jeremiah Smith had to put in work, folks.
Yeah.
Every single one of them. Dylan Stewart. Look at how much work Dylan Stewart put in between the time he arrived on campus and his first game. Look at the physical. Look at the before and after pictures of him. You don't think that kid's working? He never missed a single practice this past year. Even he is talented naturally. He does things I haven't seen.
Yeah.
Even as good as he is, he has to work. So, I mean, I don't know. From the who could sponsor my cell phone?
Yeah. That's right.
From the JC Sherbert text line, the Sherbert Enterprises, whatever.
The Sherb Nation
Enterprises text line. John Strickland rolls in. He said, we would have for sure had 9 wins in the regular season in 2001 if we'd had 12 game schedule and 10 overall. Probably. What I worry about with that 01 season, man, is that Bowling Green game that got canceled. Guess who was coming in? Guess who was coaching Bowling Green at the time? Urban Meyer.
Oh, yeah.
Now Carolina, crazy enough, that was a crazy schedule because they ended up, the Bowling Green game got canceled. They played Wofford at the end of the year. Before Clemson. Think about this. Carolina opened that year with Boise State and beat them pretty good. I think they blocked a punt. Carolina won 32-13. I was at that game. Think about this. Carolina was fortunate to schedule Boise State then. not
because
later.
that was right before they made that ascent.
Yeah, right before. And then they had Urban Meyer's Bowling Green Falcons coming in later. I mean, that ended up being a daggum. You're like, wow, it's quite a schedule. And only 11 regular season games too.
Right.
So,
right.
But yeah, I tend to agree with you, John. I think you would have won. That was a good solid football team. I guess the Florida game was disappointing, but that was a great Florida team. They lost to Tennessee. It was tough. Gave up a 3rd and long on defense. That's where Charlie Strong got his nickname, which I thought was always pretty unfair. But the Arkansas game, I remember the Arkansas game. I was at this place called Hillcrest Sports Club. You remember Hillcrest Sports Club in Spartanburg when Skipper worked there?
Yes.
I had talked my ex-wife, she was my girlfriend at the time, into she had to work that day. So I went over and watched the game. And we got there. Clemson played NC State. So I was there the whole college football Saturday. I don't know how many beers I had.
There's no telling.
But the Gamecocks were playing at 3:30 against Arkansas. Man, that was a good game. Corey Jenkins had a big run. Carolina was down 10-7. Arkansas, Houston Nutt had Holtz's number in a lot of ways. Carolina had a field goal blocked at the end. They tied it and sent it to overtime. But that was probably the toughest one that year to lose. That was a really good football team. I'll tell you that right now. I went to a lot of games back then. So 24 years ago, but absolutely they would have won a bunch. But anyway, here's my point, folks. You know, we talk every day here, the Big Spur, social media. I don't want you guys to stress, right? Don't stress. We're literally sitting here talking about, like, somebody compared, Phil, and I mentioned this on Coffee last week too, said this could be like 2014. I'm like, can you go back and look at like who actually played defense for that team? You had a couple of 6'2", 260-pound tackles. That's going to get you your ass beat.
Yeah, you're going to get run on with that.
You're starting a true freshman that's not all that good. And at the time, he ended up not being the Al Harris Jr. Started on the back end. They had to keep moving Bryson Williams around. You had Sherrod Golightly, who was an overachiever that was, you know, you go from Darian Stewart to Antonio Allen,
right,
to Devontae Holloman. Yeah, let's just say that was not
a little bit of a drop off there.
The best solution. No offense to Sherrod. He was a hell of a player, but that's a drop off, right? That defense could not rush the passer. They were slow at linebacker. They were small at defensive end. And then the back end was a disaster for most of the year. We're sitting here about this year's defense talking about like which 4-star is going to start at that linebacker and arguing over it. We're sitting here talking about how they shouldn't have taken another corner from the portal because they're set there.
Yeah, right.
We're sitting here talking about which 6'4", can a 6'4", 220-pound safety that's a freshman be the next Nick Emanware, who was just the talk of the combine? We're sitting there talking about, well, who are we going to line up across on the other side of our All-American defensive end, Dylan Stewart? And, one of the potential replacements is like 6'6", 260, and saw playing time in the SEC at Missouri last year. And the other guys are not too shabby either.
Come in.
Be good. We're sitting here talking about who's going to play D tackle, right? And it's like, well, they're not 6'2", 260. I mean, you got the number one JUCO or a former 5-star from A&M or a former top 100 guy that played 13 games last year that came from Alabama, or a guy in Nick Barrett that's been here since 1975. That's back into his playing weight now. He's a big old boy, or pick your freshman or new guy out of the portal. Do you see how that's changed?
Do you see the difference?
I want everybody to go back in time. And everybody's freaking out about blue bloods. What are you freaking out about? The paper championships that they may win on signing day? One of the million writers out there ranking them higher than your team in the offseason?
Yeah, you never know when the NFL is going to call and steal coordinators and things like that too. I mean, it's hard to keep even a coaching staff intact.
I'm like,
but Carolina's done that for the most part.
I mean, and the ones that needed to go finally are gone.
Did make their way out.
A couple of them probably. I was personally probably ready for a couple of them to go more than it did. But hey, hats off to Beamer for making a thorough evaluation. Let's just put it that way. Who about to question that guy, man? But Bruin in the chat box goes, so you're telling me there's a chance? Absolutely. But there's a chance. I can't guarantee it because I've seen this movie before, especially with teams that aren't the known SEC teams that get like super hyped in the offseason. Look, Missouri finished 10-3 last year. That team wasn't even close to as good as the one the year before.
No.
When that one the year before, kind of like Carolina this year, took a couple of early losses and then really started playing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at the end of the year, Missouri was definitely a season or a team 2 seasons ago that you did not want to see at the end of the year.
No.
I mean, they had really come together and played well. Last year's record is probably more of a function of schedule than it was talent and, production. If you're looking at the 2 years over year, Missouri was still a good team last year. Don't get me wrong, but their schedule helped facilitate that big win total.
I tell you what they were good at, Phil. And sometimes you got to kind of wait until the season's over to look at the whole picture. At the beginning, they almost lost to Vandy. Well, a lot of teams almost lost to Vandy,
right?
Including Texas, who, I guess put 14 players in the combine. Really good, talented team. Carolina actually played Vandy better than anybody else. They almost lost to Boston College, but Boston College was kind of rolling at the time with Castellanos, who's now the Florida State quarterback. Gus Malzahn. And really, Missouri was up 27-7, and BC came back. The 2 slaughters at A&M and at Bama, that happened. But Missouri was really good at winning close games. Really, the Auburn game, I've never seen anything like that. A player gets knocked out of the game, Cook, goes to the freaking hospital, comes back. They're losing. Auburn's about to go. Auburn's sitting there going, hey, maybe we'll win today. Talk about a team with bad luck. Look at Auburn's games with Missouri and Oklahoma last year. Jeez. War Eagle.
Yeah.
War Eagle to you, sir. But, he comes back in the game and leads them to a 21-17 victory. The Oklahoma game, a defensive scoop and score for 80. I mean, they found a damn way. Missouri did. So I got to give them credit for that. But to that point, keep in mind, there are some people that thought Kentucky would go 10-11-1 with Brock Vandegrift. I saw Missouri back when they had Kelly Bryant and Barry Odom. Everybody was talking about how their schedule set up well, and they could go into the Georgia game with the mighty Kelly Bryant at quarterback and be in the playoff hunt. They were 6-6. That was 2019. The Gamecocks, the 2017 offseason, the last time they won 9 games. They were expecting a lot of people, not just me.
Yeah.
We're talking about them beating Georgia. I went on a limb and predicted it. I was like, I'm a believer. 41-17 later. And then a depleted defense by the end. It's an exciting year, but 7-6. Gamecocks did not contend. I think Tennessee, to a certain extent, a couple years ago. So my point in saying all of that is this. It's like, look, be careful about attaching outcomes to projections, but 2, don't sweat it, man. It's not the end of the world. We all thought it was the end of the world a few years ago when Carolina's sitting there with no NIL money and everybody else is picking off their best players. And look how things changed. And it's because of the fan base and what this place is and what it's become. And I think that's positive. You know, I wish dollars would help the baseball team hit the baseball, or would have this past weekend. Maybe they'll keep it going. Anyway,
been down there making it rain.
Make it rain.
Yeah.
So, anyway, I want to thank our sponsor, Gamecock Traditions. Although the baseball team did not have a successful weekend, they still got a lot of great gear. Follow them on social media at Gamecock Traditions, proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show, and the morning show. They got some really, really cool stuff. Final break of the show. We'll be back to do a little free-for-all. I got a question for Phil.
Oh.
And James as well, concerning some personnel moves in pro football. We'll be back after this.
Remarkable, 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Will made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. If you're in Arizona or have plans elsewhere, visit chefwilliamturner.com to inquire about private events and more. From MLB to NFL, the chef has served everyone. He's won all the awards, done all the press. There's a reason for that. Food from every culture, all of it first class. ChefWilliamTurner.com and Chef Will Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
We got started in 1979. Because we're a manufacturer, we're able to control our costs. That's why we like to manufacture as much of the product as we can, because in our factory stores we can offer a competitive edge over other people around the country. When people come into one of our Palm Casuals, it's like they're buying their car at Detroit. They're going right to the factory and buying their car.
30-day money-back guarantee. That's a big deal with us. I mean, we give 30 days to do anything. I mean, return it, change it, get a different color, get your money back.
When you pull into a store and it says Palm Casual, you know you're at a factory store.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks The Show. Final segment of the show for a Monday to get your week kicked off right. JC was talking about some interesting personnel moves in the NFL. I would imagine it's maybe about Dabo Samuel heading off to my Redskins.
How about that, Phil?
I'll tell you what, that was a little pinpoint of a pinpoint of light in an otherwise darker weekend.
Yes, I agree. So I was sitting there thinking, I thought Dabo is a special athlete. He's different. We talk about guys being rare. Nick and Earl Waray's rare. Dylan Stewart's rare. Nick Harbor's going to be rare if he can put it all together on the field. Those types of guys. Cloudy was certainly rare. There's rarity in football is a special thing, in my opinion. And certainly Debo's rare. I mean, he's guy's built like a running back, but he plays receiver and, can run the ball from scrimmage. I mean, shoot, I think back on it. I mean, I think probably because of his health, like injury situation, they probably didn't run him as much as they wanted to with the end around. But Man, that first Will Muschamp team, that end around was a good play for them. It was probably their best play.
Right. Yeah.
Hey, here's a little secret too. That wasn't in Kurt Roper's playbook. Some other coaches helped him put that in. The jet sweep.
Yeah.
How many times have the 49ers run different variations of that? Nevertheless, Kyle Shanahan to me is a really good play caller. Interesting enough, he ranked just ahead of Dowell Loggins on that list everybody wants to talk about when Dowell was ranked the worst play caller in the league. I think Kyle was 31st. Then he goes to the Falcons and finds his way and does whatever. But I think this Cliff Kingsbury offense, Phil, I mean, to me, that's a great fit.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's Kingsbury obviously flamed out as a head coach, right? Yeah. And he's been known throughout his entire career to be this stellar offensive coordinator, at least at the collegiate level. And now we're getting to see how he applies that talent to the professional ranks. And I said it all season, and I'll double down on it now, in that, Dan Quinn coming is great. It's good to have new blood at the top, right? But that Kingsbury Daniels dynamic, I think, cannot be understated. Like, Kingsbury has an athlete now who has the tools and the talent to execute the offense like he wants to see it, which is this kind of hybridized version of what he ran in college. You now have an athletic quarterback to be able to pull that off. You've already got, McLaurin out there at wide receiver, so he had weapons, and adding Dabo Samuel adds another wrinkle to what you could do if you're Cliff Kingsbury on offense. And the more wrinkles you have in the NFL to keep them on their toes, the better off you typically are.
I agree. And I think too, this, Phil, you look at what Daniels did first year, really surpassed expectations, to say the least.
Yeah.
And you kind of think about the Chiefs, and I know the Chiefs lost, but I'll throw the Eagles in there too. The Eagles, they have a college-y style of offense. With Jalen Hurts, they have to. A lot of RPOs, things like that. Well, Andy Reid was very blunt about Patrick Mahomes and saying that, they put in a lot of the stuff that he took from Kingsbury, i.e. Mike Leach.
Right.
And so it's all a game of thievery, nevertheless. And so you look at how that's worked with Kansas City, and then you start seeing the pieces come together. And Debo Samuel adds like a different dimension too, not just as a straight wide out in that system, but somebody you can hand the ball to and get a little more creative run game wise with. You have to account for him. The whole issue with him is just like it was at Carolina, is health. Can he stay healthy? He's just one of those guys, and Spartanburg County guy. So obviously I like him a lot. So I think it's a big pickup for the Washington Redskins.
Yeah, I think so too. The only thing the thing that concerns me is I still would like to see some supplement on the offensive line, and I'm hoping that bringing in a dynamic playmaker who, say, like in a third and medium to long situation, could double as a pass catching running back. That way you can double up and use two tight ends. But, let's don't lean on him just for that aspect, and that he does offer you a lot more flavor than just that. I mean, we've all, being Carolina fans, see Debo catch one on a crosser over the middle and house it, as much as we've seen him take that jet sweep and do the same.
Yeah.
So it's like you're getting a dynamic playmaker in, an aging one, but still, I think if healthy, you take a healthy Debo Samuel over, probably 90% of the wide receivers out there in the NFL.
It's kind of crazy to call him Debo Samuel aging.
Yeah, I mean, he's almost 30 this year,
man.
Yeah,
I mean,
and you get, and 30 is long in the tooth of the league. But
who is Washington's tight end? Craig asked from the NAS Sports Show.
They had Zach Ertz filling in last year. Yeah, I believe, if I remember, I think it was Ertz. And then beyond that, I think they picked up a guy in the draft or had an undrafted free agent, a young one. No real big name brands though, so that's why I kind of worry about it. It's like, you don't need to supplement your O-line with extra tight ends. You just need to make sure you've got a solid front five, and that will go a long way for this
draft
team.
Josh Simon.
Yeah. Hey, after his combine performance, that wouldn't surprise me if he did sneak up into the draft, man.
Really
Yeah.
good combine performance.
Yeah. If I could put a word in up at the Washington front office, that guy is hard to take down.
I know. I love that about him. That was my thing about Michael Smith. One of the things I wrote on the Big Spur today was that Michael Smith had a good freshman year. He looked good. He started 7 games. I mean, you can see the potential there. Speed and strength, obviously, year 1 to year 2, you need to improve. And part of that strength, especially with regards to your legs, that's going to help him get yards. There's a lot of receivers that were on the team this past year that have to get better at yak.
Yeah.
And Michael Smith's one of those guys. I mean, he slimmed down a little. He's 248, 6'6". So he's 2 inches taller and 10 pounds heavier than Simon was, but a good offseason in the weight room. Keep in mind too, with Smith, he didn't come in early last year. There were a lot of guys that came in later last year, more so than this year. Where just about
he was a name you didn't hear until fall camp started. Yeah. I mean,
and there was some practice video they put out where he caught this pass where he jumped over 3. I mean, he's a great athlete.
Yeah.
So, but I think for Smith, for Mazio Bennett, Vandrevius Jacobs, Jared Brown, Nick Harbor, name your guy, they got to start breaking some tackles when they catch passes, because there's, and this kind of shows you that, that was one thing that they needed to kind of work on at receiver, because very few times did you see Lenore Sellers find an open guy and then he turns it upfield, shakes some guys, and moves. And it wasn't because of open field athleticism or speed. It was more they were they got hit and they went right down. Right. Yeah. Delvon Campbell made some plays, obviously. In that Missouri game, the Missouri game was the best passing game performance, I think. There's no question about it. They need more games like that, passing the ball. But Michael Smith, I think, needs to work on that, because that's one thing that Josh Simon for 2 years was great at. I mean, he was better than Trey Knox at that in 2023.
Right. Yeah.
Not that Trey would just fall down. Trey was kind of a guy that would get open, run a little bit, and do whatever. Josh would break. He doesn't want to go down.
No.
And that's another guy they're going to really miss next year. But the good news is there's people there. You have old options and young options there, because Pringle, not Pringle. God, in my head I said don't call him Pringle.
Don't call,
because there's too many Pringles. There's Cam Pringle. There's Nick Pringle. But this is Jordan Dingle.
This is Dingle.
Yeah, Carolina had a running back in the day named Mike Dingle. So it's Mike, not Nick. But Jordan Dingle is at Kentucky. I thought he was just, every time Carolina played Kentucky, he'd make me nervous, because I remember the staff that was here before Beamers was really high on him. He was from Bowling Green, had some connections to South Carolina, just elected to stay home and go to Kentucky. And he did catch a touchdown in that 2022 game. But every game I would be like, oh, Dingle makes me nervous. So he's a guy with some experience. So there's some options. But Michael Smith, if there's a player that can fill the void right away, if he makes a jump to fill in for Simon, it's that guy. I mean, I think he's just got worlds of potential. And he's a 4-star top 100 player. I mean, that's you kept Tennessee and Auburn away from him during the 5-7 season. Yeah. They were trying to flip him. Can I flip him?
Can I flip him?
Yeah.
Well, I think, you got Brady Hunt back too, and I know he didn't perform up to his own standard or expectation last year, and then got hurt towards the end of the season. So, I mean, he has some of the physical traits you would kind of expect him to be in a guy who could have guys bounce off of him. So hopefully, you see him take another step in this offseason to get better and healthy and ready to go. But yeah, I love the potential of Dingle, right? Is a very high upside kind of guy who just looked like he wasn't being used effectively at Kentucky.
Nah, it was a disaster.
Yeah.
Up there. One of those guys responsible for one of those disasters is now the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Right.
Duval. I'm like, more power to you, Con.
Yeah.
Con. Anyway, little Star Trek. Shaka Khan? Did you say Shaka Khan?
No, yeah, well, Shad Khan, yes. Shad Khan.
Dude, I remember that Shaka Khan song from the 80s when I was a kid.
Yes.
That was the jam. I bet my wife likes it. She likes music like that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to bother her and play it for her after we get off. But no, yeah, I think it's thing. Kreger from the Nana Sports chat box says, like the berry. The dingleberry? Is that
Dingle like the berry?
Jeez, gross. Jay Frew from earlier. He says, JC, you say reflection. I say therapy.
Right. Yeah. Reflection Monday. Therapy.
Reflection Monday. Therapy Monday. Oof. Man, I did I tell you when I turned the games off? Did I say that?
Yes.
Already?
Yeah.
I did say that already.
I know.
My short-term memory's going. And I was like, oh man, I just, yeah.
There was that moment on Friday, and I was so glad that I was listening to the radio call and just watching the TV, where they spent an entire half of an inning just talking to Backich to start, and then he gives the damn headset to Dabo.
Oh God, yeah.
And that lasted for I didn't listen to it, but I just kept hearing it in my head, you know, what was going on in the game, and nothing is being shown other than stupid Dabo on the damn screen.
Oh wow, what guy was?
Yeah. And then Derek was it? Yeah, because it was Friday, so Derek was there. Yeah, he made mention of it. He was like, well, for those of you watching, you know, listening to us and watching the game, you're probably really appreciative because Dabo Swinney has been on the screen now for I don't know how long. I texted Stuart. I was like, that's so funny because I literally just turned to Dina and said, I'm so freaking glad I'm listening to the radio call and not watching this right now.
I watched the whole thing. I don't mind Dabo. I was like,
nah.
It just seemed awkward and sudden. Like
right.
He didn't expect really to be on and didn't really know what to say. And then Jack Leggett just makes everything even more awkward all the time. The fact that he's even
standing there. Right. He's just standing there.
Dude, didn't you get fired? I know. I understand he's back. Jack's back, right? Yeah, Jack's back. He's getting tossed out of games. Loves being the assistant. That's fine, man. More power to him. He won a lot of games at Clemson, but it's just kind of bizarre because you're sitting there. Dabo even made mention of they awkwardly ask him about players going to the portal going from Clemson to South Carolina, knowing he has had two actually, three. Well, Caleb Chalmers went to JUCO before he came back, so he's had two. Josh Belk was one, and that didn't last long, right?
Yeah, right.
And then Tavian Feaster, of course, for his final year, but awkwardly ask him that, and then they ask him about Pete Yanity did this, and I like Pete. I grew up watching Pete, Channel 7, right? But it just seemed like something that was. So that it's a Dabo answer. So that's the most 2025 thing ever. I'm like, no, the fact you're in the dugout cheering, hey, who we got up? What's going on? Don't even know the players' names.
Right. Yeah,
right. And you're in there in the dugout cheering, and Jack Leggett's awkwardly sitting beside you, and you talk to Jack, hey, this boy here, and Jack just looks at you like, each.
Right.
I gave him just like
what
this
are you
look.
Doing here? I know.
And what are you doing here? And back, and then they go to the marching band and the pep band in the stands, and I'm like, I've never seen. I got a text. Have you ever seen one of our listeners, Hayne? He texted me. Have you ever seen a band in the stands of college baseball? It's like, no. I said, no. I don't hate the idea. I mean,
but
it's
just
kind
so
of peppy, but it's just so
odd.
That's peak Clemson 2025, dude. That's just how it is. But hats off to them. I mean, they had the bananas in there playing, right? That was a bananas atmosphere Friday. Can't say the same about the Sunday atmosphere at South Carolina, but Sundays are a little different than Friday nights in the South, as we all know.
Yeah, especially when you're coming down 0-2.
Yeah, and it was It's a weird start time too, evening. Kind of early evening, and I looked at it. Golly, how cold was it in Columbia on Sunday?
It did get chilly out of the nowhere.
Well, that's the. I was trying to explain to my wife weather in the South, and there's always that 1 week in March where you're like, get away,
right.
and sometimes it snows during that March cold week. It's just like one more swing by winter. And then
this year's got that feel to it too. Like this winter has that, oh man, we could be staring down a late, March last blast of winter.
But then you go to March. By the time you get to March Madness, the tournament, you're usually pretty okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes when I was in Nashville after second round March Madness, we had some snow, or maybe that was first round. It was weird. It was later. But Nashville on the other side of the mountains gets a little bit more snow and stuff like that than South Carolina. But they look like bundled up. They look like the Founders Park crowd looked like Red Sox fans in October during the ALCS.
Yeah, it was like 20 degrees difference between the Saturday and Sunday game. Like up here, it was beautiful on Saturday, but it was windy as all get out. Like gusty wind, terrible. Like, and if it had been that gusty and windy yesterday, it would have been a miserable experience for the fans. Aside from what was going on the field,
I can't. I can handle cold. I hate it when it's windy. Like,
that's it. Like,
if it's gonna be windy, make it hot, warm, and windy. That's fine with me because that kind of feels good. But a cold breeze sucks. Because I saw the crowd in Greenville had on shorts, and I was like, "Look, honey, warm people."
Yeah, look, that's right.
And then I look the next day in Columbia, and I'm like, "Well, they're all bundled up. It must be 60 degrees."
It was. Well, I think it was high 50s. Yeah, low 60s.
Yeah.
And then it just kept, but it was the evening time. So as soon as that sun started going down, it started to get cold, and it got real cold last night. I mean, for us.
I did look at the weather. It was going to drop into the 30s. I told my wife, anytime it goes into the 30s down there, I mean, it's, God forbid there's frost.
Bundle up. I know. Well, I mean, because now we all have daffodils and our spring plants are starting to bloom.
My daisies are going to die. That beach's not good. Jay Frew in the Nano Sports chat box. Wrap as we move on. We got 5 minutes to go in the show today. If I can't use my tickets, is there a way to get people who can to use them? Yes, you need to get. There's an exchange on Gamecocks Online with the tickets. That's the best way to use them. Also, the Big Spur. I haven't gotten very many complaints. The only complaints on there I've gotten with people trying to dump tickets is some people have fake tickets that they've decided to. There's a ticket exchange. It's a free message board. You're free to use that if you want. I wouldn't use it. Just get on the premium board and do it. And that's usually been pretty positive. But the university's got an exchange where you can easily get rid of them. These days, you can sell tickets on Ticketmaster and pretty easily because they're all electronic. You just put resale and they'll send you the money.
Or hit me up, Jay Frew, on X.
Hit Phil up.
Yeah, I'd be happy to fill your season seats with people who care.
I almost text you on what was it, Saturday? No, Friday, Saturday? Oh, it was Sunday. A buddy of mine had 2 behind home plate.
No,
for the game. Maybe it's Saturday. I don't know. Anyway,
Saturday,
I didn't see my text in time. I was talking with you on the air.
Yeah.
And got off and he had already gotten rid of them. But I was like, Phil may like those. But anyway, the song by Shaka Khan is I Feel For You. Russell loves that song.
I feel for you.
Kreger takes it a step further. He's got yeah, dude. Yeah. Shaka Khan, baby, Shaka Khan. Ooh, Shaka Khan. Kreger has it on vinyl. That is amazing.
Not surprised, right?
Russell's TV was muted during the Dabo.
Oh yeah, I was so happy because I saw him lurking in the background of the dugout. I was like, "Damn, look at that Dabo's back there." And then when they interviewed Backich, and they were like, "Well, let's talk to Dabo." I'm like, "Oh my god, look, he just passed him the damn headset." Oh, I'm so glad I'm listening to the radio.
Backich supposed to get back to coaching, and they put old Dabo on the spot. And, oh, well, look at this crowd. And then I was like, okay, just kick it back so we can get the play.
Just kick it back.
I ask him a spring practice question.
I know,
about
and then
football.
That's what you get for having the damn homer, call on the national broadcast.
It was a bad time. The timing was off too. Nevertheless, Bruin doesn't like the atmospheric Founders. It's been wine and cheese for the last decades. I can't knock other stadiums. I miss our rowdy crowds.
Yeah.
Man, something to do with the wins and losses.
That's right. Let's get some more wins and see if we can't change.
Get some more hits.
I know that's just
baseball. Pitching duels are beautiful, man, but they're a tough sell. I mean, they're a tough sell for the crowd.
Like, I enjoy it, but I mean, you got to have some run support. Like one or two, early in all 3 games could have changed the way that they ended up, right? Because baseball's such a mental game anyway, and if somebody just breaks through, like last night was, Clemson just breaks through and starts scoring runs at the end of the game, and then it's unsurmountable. And I don't know, like Friday I thought could have been held a little better with a couple more runs early, but I mean, you can't leave guys stranded on base like you did. And you're going to have to barrel up some of these balls and make better contact. It wasn't like we'd seen early where they're just hitting the ball really hard and happens to be right, standing exactly where a guy was standing. Now, hats off to Clemson. They played, fairly decently yesterday. I don't think they had a fielding error, at least up until the point where I quit watching. And but there again, Saturday they gift you 3 or 4 errors, and you can't really turn that into a win. So it just stinks. That just terrible weekend to have a terrible weekend. But 6 games to get it figured out before you head into the toughest schedule in the country. So let's go.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm having issues.
No, you're good. It's time to cue up the music.
I know one of our Twitter accounts thought it was being hacked this morning because I got a login from Northern Virginia.
Oh, right.
Maybe it's somebody that's going to that congressional hearing trying to get some intel,
Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah.
The CIA. Good God. But no, sometimes when you get those logins and stuff, the next thing you know, there's a picture of somebody's anatomy scrolling through your Twitter feed. And so I panicked, and because it was early, nobody was really up, so I just changed it. And so somebody that I didn't think used it that I guess does. Okay. So I had to do that pretty quick. So anyway, that's neither here nor there. Jimmy Johnson retiring.
What?
Off the TV.
That's good, man. Talk about somebody who needs a well-deserved break. I mean, come on, let him enjoy his life down there because he lives in Miami, I think. Still, like let him get some more boat time.
Eagles have parted ways with Darius Slay.
I saw that.
Did somebody earlier say Rush, or was that was Queen of the Cocks? Because I thought Rush. I didn't get to a couple of Queen of the Cocks messages in the Nana Sports chat box. Oh well. All right. I hope everybody's survived. There was good news this weekend. The basketball team we didn't even talk about.
No. And softball, I mean, my goodness. Hell of a story.
Well, when you come on the show.
Right.
Of course, we had Lamont on the show earlier too. But no, Ashley's done a good job, and it's kind of funny, Phil, because there were some people that one couple people in particular that wanted the Duke coach over Ashley Chastain, even though the whole reason they made a move was to get Ashley Chastain. So it kind of made me happy that it's good to beat Duke in anything, right?
Oh yeah,
that's an old school Carolina rival, but so it's good to see them sweep, and she's certainly got things going. But Oklahoma, I mean, like I said, the measuring stick term I don't like to use, that's coming up.
Yeah,
but Lamont Paris owns John Calipari 3-0 all time against Cal.
The Cal curse is real, man.
Best players, Yeah, money can buy, and so for the folks worried about money all the time, understand that it doesn't always equal winning. I think basketball, there's probably a formula that has more to do with age and experience than maybe NBA talent, because we talked last Friday about how the NBA is so different. Anyway, thanks to all of you out there that listen to our wonderful shows, our super stream here on Chief Sports. Don't forget, there is a coffee in the hopper for you guys from this morning where I talk about who the next Nick Emmanwori will be. There won't be another one like him, but like my point was, unlike when they were all trying to find another Alshon Jeffrey or Sidney Rice back in the day, or Debo, Torian Gray's got a little bit different method to his madness. And so I feel good about them having another tall, freaky defensive back that's good. May not be identical to Nick. No two players are. So anyway, Phil, get us out of here, and we'll holla at you guys tomorrow.
That's right. Close up inside the Gamecocks The Show. JC Sherbert, Phil Mullinax. Tomorrow on the morning show, we will have John Strickland, typically on Tuesday. Alex Jones will be in to kind of give us a preview of what he thinks will happen on the baseball diamond as well as on the hardwoods. And JC and I will see you all back again here tomorrow at noon. Everybody enjoy the rest of your Monday, and go Cox.